a short break at the moment, but we'll ask that you continue to tune in to Sahara TV as we continue to give updates of the 2023 gubernatorial and state houses of assembly elections.
You need to ask anybody who is leaving Nigeria by their assessment. So they are highly disappointed who have very high hopes on him. So all the promises he made, Okoye telling us all sorts of grammar. We are ready, we are this, we are that. Up to the fact that they are ready for a runoff. And yet, when they corrected him and pointed out to him that the announcement was made was not turning with the polling unit results to stop the announcement and go and check up. When Daniel Manare said it, he said, no, let me complete the assignment first. And if you look at the video or the recording of the report, he said, I promise. I see, so what is that come of the promise? The outcome of the promise that at the end of the assignment, instead of reviewing the result, he made an announcement, announced the winner, and then gave a certificate of return, which really shows the type of integrity he now has, as against the one he had before the election. It is the collusion of the security and the INEC. I don't believe this is happened by accident. The violence that took place in the eyes of the security, that the Inspector General of Police promised us that sent so many police to Lagos, so many Abba. And they are carrying boxes in his presence, taking everything in his presence, and they turn a blind eye. And you want to tell me they are not privy to it. It's not collusion. I just feel that it's not fair. Because the very thing we want to take to court, is giving them an opportunity. And he never gave an assurance that someone was there. Up till now, he has not told us what was the type of technical issue. He just said technical, which he said was perfect, which was promising the whole world, oh, everything is okay. The less talk about it, the better. Will you believe it? Will you believe it? Don't forget, this is Nigeria of 19 or what, or 20 or something. 60 years after. I'll be 95 next month. With the Nigeria that has produced Wale Soyinka, Dr. Elias, and all the giants in law, you don't know the education without come and think you can fool us. No, it's just unfortunate for us. But I tell you, if they will hear, listen to hear. I said it before. That if anybody tries to babangida us about this election and get away with it, they will not get away with it as Babangida get away with it. It is the youth who are affected, the youth who are suffering, the beneficiary of the corrupt system. they will react. And if they don't put their hands together in time, they won't be able to control it. It's not like you're talking. It is the suffering youth who have left job, who have left university for years, left job, who are looking for education to university, cannot go there. Whose standard of living has been falling. They can't go to the hospital and get help. The roads are bad. The hairs are there. My dear, everybody has been praying for this opposition to get rid of Buhari and his rotten administration. I have said this. It is not whether we do succeed or do. If justice is not done, that's the language. It's not the question of done. If justice is not done, that day you come into play. Those who make peaceful change impossible will make violent change inevitable. Simple. It is not that you're pushing there. I have no children in school. I have no children who want to go to university. I have no children who want to go to who are looking for a job. They are already lawyers, doctors, and they are on their own. And I am all ready to die. So it doesn't concern me at all. It is those who are concerned who believe Obi will redeem them, will get them out of this rotten administration that will react. It's beyond me. Why others are bribing? You won't believe that Obi has not paid his polling agent for the last election up to now. No money, but the people went there. They are bitter people who want to save themselves. Whereas our colleagues, they are paid, they are bought others. No. And they still go to this police institution with determination. That shows it is the people's revolution that is taking place. Let Buhari take note. When Obi started, they say he had no structure. They have seen now that the man who has no structure is now giving them a headache. Oh, where will you go? He now wins in the north, in the south, in the middle bed and all over. They better take note. And all the elites who are still pampering this administration, I'm sorry for them. When the people are the rich men can't sleep because the poor men are hungry. You say I don't want you, but I know that's what will happen. I will leave my house. I don't talk to anybody. The experience of my over 70 years in practical policies of this country, right down from 1949, 51, 54, 63, 83. Yeah. In the whole land, history repeats itself because people refuse to learn from history. Because people don't learn anything. It's food for thought for you reasonable people, including Yakubu, or what is his name, Professor Mahmoud. I'm sorry for him because that is second deceiving us. The same thing he did in 2019, myself, Clark. Promise us everything like that. Oh, it's going to be perfect. It's going to be this. We have corrected everything. The beaver that was able to record the Senate and House of Representatives without LEs couldn't record presidential. It's the same one. Can't you see? Who did they think they are fooling? Anyway, we are now in Nigeria. I can tell them they won't get away with it. That is my word. If anybody come and take me for fake news, I'm ready for it. They will not get away with the injustice they want to perform. From head to bottom, if you want peace, there must be justice. You can't get peace without justice. Which faction? Are you talking about the man who the village they resigned and said go there? I published a letter. Is that a letter of Buddha? They are just mounting the thing. They just want to create division among. I won't allow them to put fire on them. Affair is one. So whoever says it's affair is either renewal or I don't want to be brought into it at all. We are one. Anybody who thinks the other one, I don't engage in the what do you call the what do you call it this lazy talk. No. I'm past that stage. When they said the FMI support you and we came out a meeting, where did they hold their own meeting before they say they are supporting it? It's just a few people, I don't know, misguiding, misleading my former leader, honest and sincere. How he got himself into this problem, I won't help them to expand it. We are one. He knows how he got there. Who are the people who gave him all the support? I'm sitting quietly in my house, and he said the letter to me, please come. And then I decided, he said, you know, that the letter I have published. I am tired now, come and carry it on. He was tired when he was 85. Now when he's 86, now he's reduced. I'm sitting there. And people that are talking, the lazy people who don't know when we founded Affair Family, and now say, no, he's still alive there. When does leadership of Affair become a monarchy? Say because he's still alive, therefore, that's why I say I don't want to. But when you journalists just see you should bring that to fire. Papa, you wrote this letter. Have you withdrawn it? I published the letter. He has not withdrawn it. And then when they said they took Tinubu to him, he said they only came to him as another researchman. They use the wrong letter to someone that we have exposed. So, Bero, I don't want to be talking about it. If you people can't do your investigation journalism to know where the truth lies, and all those who have never been to Affair Ferry now say they are now Affair Ferry. It's a possible forward look my big day. Forward is my big day. I don't go to all this. They are lazy talks. So we are going to just going to use this at the last moment. I tell you this, Kim, the Igbos is now attacking. When you had a quarrel with the late Audu, I was the chairman of the party. He was enrolling these Igbos into the Alliance of Democracy in order to overturn Audu's leadership. Go and ask him. Those who know, I don't go into that thing at all. The Igbos is now attacking. He was enrolling them into Alliance of Democracy in order to support him for the second term. That was God led him to put some of them into his cabinet. He was wooing them so that because the members of Affair Ferry and they overwhelm him. So he want to use the Igbos to overturn. Now the Igbos, because now think that the Igbos are supported, they become an enemy. Is that the character? I don't want to go into it because I don't want to be involved with somebody I created by the will of God. It can turn out to be anything. And people have been blaming me for the government. I don't regret it because that was the system that brought him to existence. I didn't impose it. Because the primary which he paid only 500,000, which is now taking 20, 30 million from people now. That is the part of between us. There's no personal animosity between me. Up to now, it gives me my respect. But the way it was against the way we brought him in. And because he was in office, everybody now, because he gives them appointment there, it's like we didn't care. That is what they have led them to now. So don't continue to put fire to the Yorubas are not attacking. That is one of the deficiency of the police and Buhari administration. It is they who are closing their eyes to this violence. After promising us all the security forces here, how many people did they arrest after that last violence? Not to talk of prosecution. Don't they arrest for anything? Have they prosecuted them? It's all condition. But you can't overrun the people. That's what they are making. They are doing all that to scare people from coming to vote. But the people are determined. That's the mistake they are making. The people that are determined, not me. I even don't know the obedient movement. I don't know that. I know on principle. You will remember even before they talk of Obi, I said the things will go to the southeast. I don't know will come out. None of the parties have done their primary. It is on the principle, equity, and justice. I say, well, every part that we have their own, it is only the southeast. That's how I have to be. But they couldn't, you press men. The reason why I felt very support to be, I stated in my press statement, why don't you tackle those who are opposing to attack those reasons and say they are not valid? They should forget anybody who's talking about it. And then the message, not the messenger. But they have no. They have nothing to criticize or attack the Badebo in Lagos. They now say, no, it's not the Yoruba. It's not this. They want to create that. No, it will not work. The people have already known this. And then they say, oh, no, the Yoruba, they voted for him. So it was the Igbo that voted for him in Alausa, that voted for him in Adimosho. You see, they are gone. All the light that we tell is already exposed. You know what the Yoruba said? There's a great wind. So the bottom of the chicken has been seen. All the tricks you have been using, people have known. They know using violence, using bribe. You can go and put the bullion from the bank now. They get it for him. They will vote for him. What is saw last Sunday, Saturday, what is coming, what is the way? Because all the trick debate that people are determined now, you can't change the thing. You must count the thing at the place. You must release it. Talk to Buhari and the security people. They know those who are causing it, and they know the hotspots. If the security people are not in collusion, there will be no violence. You know all this. That's why I said the police and Buhari, they are in collusion. They go and attack all this where they know the most just to whip up emotion. Oh, they got belong to the Yorubas. It's not that and they are stupid and saying Rose does not belong to, he's not the Yoruba person. That shows him that he doesn't belong to Lagos. If Tinubu belongs to Lagos, he will know that the Rose are one of the origins of Lagos. Their family traced down to over 400 years. The city hall you have there belongs to their family. The Rose gave grandfather's house is opposite the city hall. His father's house is in Goshen. They don't look for all things. That's not the issue now. The issue is, have you governed well? You say you have so many for Lagos. How far? How much did you get? How much did you spend? So you can't bamboozle us. You build a Bodland bridge. How much did it cost compared to others? That is the answer. How can you be legitimate based on illegitimacy? How can you? Foundation is rotten. Don't forget, it's not just question of the difference between Obi and this both PDP and this that. Obi, PDP party, the APC, want to change the percent of corruption that's out there, which the APC personify. Obi want to change the system. The APC and the PDP have been running corrupt system. If you begin to mention it, you go, then you measure. It is that system, the system by which a poor qualified person like you can't contest election. They say, come and deposit 100 million. Where do you get that in democracy? Those are the issues that play. A system whereby even in the primary, you spend more money than you're going to pay in an election. They compete. A millionaire can never be a councillor. Do you know your councillor in your area? I want to tell you, be honest. Do you know him or your report on you? That is not the system we are currently. You just find this, all those who are in the House of Assembly that they are sponsored by all sorts of fraudulent. That is what we want to create. That we want to spoil. We want to avoid. It's not the question of we need to do this, we need to do that. Did he not, my dear? You say because there. Did he not promise it? Go APC, the first election, 2014, 2019, they not promise restructuring. Did I not promise it in 2018? You people, you should help the public to remind them that there's no one who can believe in them. Getting there through the support of the North, it will never do anything that's against them. Because some people have been brainwashed to think that nobody can become president except with support. You have another support. Other people, Hakim said anybody wants to become president, will come and negotiate with North because we have the population, fraudulent population, which I've been saying all along. They have not challenged me. So is it fiscally president or what arrows Pete has told us that they bago this population in your favor? And I've disputed it before that the North hasn't got the population it claims, except they are going to count the cows and the cattle in the North. They haven't got it. I'm repeating it. And I want them to challenge. We are living in denial. That type of denial is gone now. That is one of the things that this election is going to solve. The whole idea of the North is that they own Nigeria. If you don't bow to us and negotiate to us, you imagine people who brought to us, who are forced together just in 1914 here. My father was not born in Nigeria. My father was born in 1905. Nigeria didn't come up until 1914. Now telling us that negotiate with us. But for the British, you brought us one. The British, the very regional government they are talking of, the British colonized on the basis of the Yoruba nation for their own administrative convenience. Lord Lugard brought us together in 1914. Unfortunately, they don't teach history again for their convenience. And we appreciate it. There's beauty in the economy of scale. You have brought us together. And I will have said it before independence. If you are going to bring together people of various ethnic nationalities, you cannot rule them through a unitary form of government. You can only do it through a federal system where each federation will be autonomous And we are signing up the common thing to the federal government. And that's how we have been living together. That was the content of the independent constitution until the military changed it in 1966. I've said it time without number. It is the military that's giving us this trouble. The problem we have in Nigeria today is the constitution the military made. Did you make this constitution? I have asked them before, I have queried it. This constitution is a fraudulent constitution, saying what we are not. He said, we the people of the Federal Republic. Did we make it? Are we federal? This is how the things that this election is not to cure. So not just the question if it does, it does it. And you want me to rely on anything that comes out from any APC man. We need to ignore court ruling. No, it's all open. You know, now say the rule of law. That's who is in there. She done this one from Kaduna is in there. You disobey court decision with impunity. No, don't. You can't have the passion I have for this issue because you came to existence under this system. I'm sure you are born after 1966. You can't appreciate what I'm talking about. Just pray that this government will go away and not give us any trouble. Nothing good can come from anybody emanating from AP. And you know that. Nothing good. And they want themselves. Is APC one party? How many goods are there because of it? Anyway, the users are going to decide. They want to have their government back, that they will have it. Anybody trying to obstruct them, they're only fighting against the wind. The wind is blowing. And anybody doesn't bow will go along with the wind. The user away. Let the old man go and sit down, or let them go along with the wind. I pray that God will do justice. That's all. That's what I'm looking forward to. Once the court does justice, no fair. I am a lawyer. All the cases that people have been given the judiciary, you know them. And that's why they say they should give their name. That they make one or two or three mistakes. We can't have any democracy without a good judiciary. So we can only pray that the judiciary should live up to expectation and we join with God condemning them forever. That's how I say, I hope they will do justice. So, you heard Obi, he says the problem of the judiciary. Until otherwise is done, I won't assume that they will do justice because they exist to do justice. I wish they do justice, that's all. And before you go, when you talk of justice, this is very important. So when you say we are going to for justice, when I say let them do justice, those of us who believe in justice, we believe they should go. Now they say they should give be using the court. They say they have not obeyed. That's one of the things, though. All the last night, they have not obeyed, give them to. It is after they granted him permission, now they granted INEC to tamper with the thing. And you remember, Obi said, I won the election, I will prove it. The material want you to prove it, they are now denying. So, here you are. Justice must not only be done, but be seen to be done. That's the beginning of injustice. So, we hope the judiciary will come into play and put their stamp on what is to be done and let justice prevail. Once justice prevails, there will be peace and tranquility in the country.
guess that many of us will not vote because of this and stay at home. This is totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. This is automatic disenfranchisement because the people will be suspicious of what the motive is for this last minute change, and they will rather stay at home than risk their lives. INEC, we call on you to call your officers to order and ask them to relocate to the park in VGC so we can vote.
Voting is going on. This is Agulu Ward 2, polling unit 8. Voting going on. That is where P2B is expected to vote.
Kí ni orúkọ yín mà? Àìsàtú. Níbo kí ló kọ àdúgbò tá wà yìí? Kí ló kọ àdúgbò tá wà yìí? Àdúgbò yìí. Ìdí ìgbà ó. A ti rí pé ẹ ti dìgbò. Báwo ni? Ẹlẹ́gà. Ìdìbò tẹ́ ẹ dì. Báwo ló ṣe rí? Báwo lẹ ṣe rí sí? Ìgbò tẹ́ ẹ dì báwo lẹ ṣe rí sí? Ok, àdúgbò wo la wà yìí? Kí ló kọ pólì ní tí? O 22. Mo rí pẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ìdìbò tán ni. Kí lẹ rí sí process ìgbò yẹn? Ok. 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 Kí lẹ báwo lè ṣe lè sọ pẹ̀lú nǹkan táwọn INEC ṣe ní ìsìn pẹ̀lú nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní bíi ọ̀sẹ̀ mẹ́rin mẹ́ta sẹ́yìn? A gbọ́ pé bóyá wọ́n yètè dé sígbà yẹn jù sí lọ.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, àwọn INEC tẹ̀ wá try voting.
Ok.
Last time náà wọ́n try àwa tí a jẹ́ olùdìbò.
Ok.
Incorporate.
Ok.
Ìgbà tí wọ́n dé láàárọ̀ ìyá gbogbo wa pátápátá ọ̀tà àwọn tó tẹ ọtẹ́ ìta bá wọn níbí báyìí.
Ok, ẹ bá INEC ni bí aago mélòó nù?
No, a bá àwọn ọ́fíìsà yẹn bí
Ok.
àwọn INEC náà wọ́n lè tẹ́ tó ti dé.
Ok.
Bàtán dẹ̀ dé, wọ́n dẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ wọn.
Ok.
Wọ́n jẹ́ kó falẹ̀ rárá.
Ok. Process ìsìn báwo lè ṣe pẹ̀lú tòní àti ti
It's better far.
than the last one? Ok. Ok, thank you.
Láì ní ìsìnkú ọ̀nà ìdíyìn adúpẹ́ fún ọlọ́run ọba. A wà ní òkè àgbègbè open space 006 ní Adéwọlé Walk níbi tí a ti convene election wa tí àwọn èèyàn sì ń jáde wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́. Àmọ́ nípa tá a rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé àwọn tó jẹ́ INEC officer wa wọ́n yàtọ̀ sí àwọn tí wọ́n bẹ́ẹ̀ sí pẹ́ dénjú ni wọ́n tètè dé ní òní. Tí gbòòsì fi ń lọ wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ tẹ́ bá rí ní ìṣẹ́rí pé àwọn èèyàn ti ń dìbò irújó níyìn wọn apẹ́ ti election. Àmẹ́lẹ̀ yìí ọlọ́run ò ní pé jàǹdùkú wà kò sì sí wàhálà bí sì ń lọ peacefully ní ọ̀wọ́.
It's time for top of the hour news. NDLEA intercepts 4-party agents with hundreds of credit cards for vote buying in Ogun State. Operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, have intercepted 4-party agents with hundreds of credit cards reportedly meant to buy votes at Ibara Housing Estate in Ogun State. It was learned that each card contains 10,000 naira and is activated to be cashed with a code. This was disclosed in a post by the agency on its verified Twitter handle on Saturday. PDP alleges zero police presence in many polling units in Zamfara. The Zamfara State People's Democratic Party, PDP, has said that there is zero police presence in most of the polling units across the state. The party, in a statement issued through Dauda Lawal Media Office on Saturday in Gusau, stated that elections were yet to commence in many polling units in the state. The governorship elections are expected to be held today, Saturday, March 18, 2023. In some states, concerns have heightened over alleged move by governors to rig the elections by all means possible. Low voters turnout in Enugu metropolis as INEC officials are yet to arrive at many polling units. As of 10:30 a.m. on Saturday, the governorship and state assembly elections have yet to commence in many polling units in the Enugu metropolis of Enugu State's capital, as officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission were nowhere to be found. At Airport Secondary School, New Haven Secondary School, Annunciation Hospital polling units, Umbudu, Jobo Ward 7, 5, and 9, all in Enugu East local government area. Elections had not commenced at the time of filing this report. Many people appear to be uninterested in the election, as Sahara reporters cited many residents going about their businesses. Lack of transportation delay INEC officials' materials in Niger State. The lack of transportation has delayed the movement of Independent National Electoral Commission INEC personnel and materials in the Bosso local government area of Niger State. Checks on Saturday in the Shashanga Primary School Collation Center in the local government area revealed that some of the stranded polling officials had to resort to self-help. Mr. Stanley Ibe, one of the supervising presiding officer at the center, said the distribution of sensitive and non-sensitive materials started at 5:30 a.m., but there was no vehicles to move the personnel and materials to the 42 polling units in the area. And that's all we have for you on top of the news. Top of the hour news. We'll be back to get reviews from our reporters on the field in various states. Don't go nowhere. We'll be
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
All right, thank you for sticking with us. Welcome back. And right about now, we'll be joining some of our citizen reporters on the field. Remember, it's still the gubernatorial election or the 2023 election ongoing right about now. But I have the managing editor, Cross River Ward from Calabar, Mr. Jeremiah Achibong, right now. And we'll be speaking with him. Hello, Mr. Jeremiah. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, good day.
Good day. How
Good
are
day.
you
How are you
today, sir?
today, sir? I'm good, and you?
I'm well,
I'm well,
thank you.
thank you.
All right, please.
All right, please,
What's the
what's the
updates where
updates where
you're
you're
calling us
calling
from?
us from? Okay, from Cross River State, so far we've the election started quite on time. Voting, accreditation and voting in some places started as early as 8:15, but currently we've spotted vote buying in 3 local government areas, and in one other local government area, an attempt was made to at least stop the election. In Yako Uge precisely, we had a situation where the ruling APC party in the state was paying people to actually vote for the party. In Calabar municipality, we had the same event, but this time around it's APC and PDP. And then in Calabar South, the same thing, but they are paying people 500 and 1,000 naira to vote for them. There's a situation that happened in Calabar South whereby a lady in Ward 6 polling units 021, a lady, they refused paying her because they thought she did not vote for the ruling party. An argument erupted and it took quite a time before it was sorted out. So far we've had vote buying in those 3 local government, and then in Obudu, in about 12 polling units, we had situations where people tried to instill violence to ensure that the election did not hold, but security agencies were able to put the situation in order. So in those 4 local governments, Calabar South, Calabar Municipality, Obudu, and Yako, we had issues that were not good at all. And then yesterday, an election officer who works with the immigration was kidnapped. The deputy governorship candidate of YPP in this state was also kidnapped alongside a lady. As we speak, they are still in captivity and the election is ongoing. All right, thank you, Mr. Jeremiah. You mentioned security operatives. Were they not on ground during the period of votes buying and all?
Security operatives are on ground, but you see, the way these activities are going is such that they need to pay extra attention to actually spot them. For example, in Ward 6 in Calabar Municipality, and then they ready polling unit 003, there was a guy in a blue jacket collecting account number, promising to transfer money. In Calabar Municipality, there were 2 women standing in a particular location collecting account details. There's another group of people in another location verifying what you vote for, and you have to go to another location to get your money. Then in Yako, the guy is right in the midst of what is happening, but it seems the security agents are outnumbered in a way because they can't really see what is happening except if they go extra miles, because it's happening within where the people are queued.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Jeremiah.
Okay, thank you too.
All right, we just heard from the managing editor, Cross River Ward from Calabar, Mr. Jeremiah Achibong. Okay, so we'll move on. We have other reports coming in. Hello, Mr. Sunday.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Sunday.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thanks for standing by.
Thank you so much. Permit me not to use video because
Wait,
I'm in a transit.
are you going to accredit at the polling unit?
I had to leave the venue. I don't know if it is right for me to go ahead without the video.
Okay, without the video, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. I've visited a number of polling units. The 2 polling units, the last 2 polling units I've visited. One in Amodia Ward 2, one of the polling units, polling unit 008, they spoke with some of the party agents there, and particularly the DDP party agents complained that she's not okay with what is going on, even though she said the election is kind of relatively going peacefully because there's no problem. But then she pointed out that some political parties agents are canvassing for vote at the polling unit, asking people, still doing campaign, asking people to vote for them. And she particularly pointed out Africa Party and said she also noticed that somebody is going around putting down names of voters with intent, allegedly with intent to, induce them financially. And then we left there. Also, we went to Ishiago Primary School, where we also noticed party inducement, voters inducement, seeing a particular political party. We don't know. We tried to find out which particular political party is really doing that, but we couldn't substantially establish the political party. We know that Africa has upper hand there. They are distributing wrapper and a kind of a small sachet of rice, to voters there.
Wow. Thank you so much, Mr. Sunday.
Thank you.
All right, that was Mr. Sunday giving us updates from his own area. I would encourage you at this moment to join in the conversation and give us updates about what is going on in your own locality. 070-4994-1413 is the number to call and join the conversation. Let us know what is going on in your area. A lot of reports regarding voters apathy, regarding vote buying, and all of this has been mentioned. Do you have something like that in your area or something different? Please call in and join the conversation this morning. 070-4994-1413 is the number to call this morning. All right, we will still be talking to some of our reporters on the field as we await your call and your views as regards what is happening in your locality.
Madam, please, madam, what's your name again? What's your name again, please? What's your name again? What's your name again? Let me get your name. Let me get your name so that I will so that they will know that this is the instruction.
All right, thank you so much for sticking around. We have Mr. Tayo Olu with us. He is the news editor of The Whistler. Hello, Mr. Tayo.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, so as I was saying earlier, sorry for joining late. Trying to coordinate things.
It's fine.
Yeah, so generally the reports we've received from our reporters in Imo, Lagos, and River State that the INEC came out early. And most of the polling units step by this. I don't have their names. But one major report that got to us and we were able to confirm is the issue. There's a trending video on social media where an INEC ad hoc official was saying that the results of the election will not be uploaded to the IRF portal, and we got in touch with Professor Okwe, the INEC Commissioner for Voter for Information and Voter Education, who confirmed the video and said the staff was not well informed. That's not the position of the commission. That they're going to ensure that the results of the election are transmitted to the portal. So basically, that's what we have for now so far. I don't know if I need to read out what he told us.
Okay, we can go ahead, Sam.
Okay, so we are trying to get in touch with that ad hoc staff. That staff does not have the necessary information. Results from various polling units must be uploaded from the voting point. So that's what Mr. Festus told us when we got in touch with him.
All right. So from your various locations, there's been reports of, in other places, there's been reports of voters apathy, vote buying. Can you confirm that in your own?
So far, we've not received any reports like that, and generally not. Just there's been a huge turnout and just general fees generally in the polling units visited by our reporters. We've not received any report about vote buying so far.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Tayo.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, still Sabat TV, and to join the conversation this morning, do well to call the number 070-4994-1413. 070-4994-1413. That's the number to call.
Election is here, and so are the political battles to decide the second round of Nigeria's general elections. Since 1999, Lagos has been on control of a political class that bows to only one man, Bola Tinubu. The first time the Lion of Bodilon may face his biggest battle to retain control of his backyard, Lagos. But surely, people can't be the only one having sleepless nights worrying over how to ensure they maintain a tight grip on their states or political domains. And Kaduna, Northwest Nigeria, Governors Abdullahi Ganduje and El Rufai respectively must be feeling the heat as well. The G5 governors in Rivers, Oyo, Benue, Abia and Enugu have given themselves something to ponder ahead of the governorship elections after openly demarcating the presidential candidate of their party, the PDP, over an internal crisis. Let's start with Oyo State, where the governor, Seyi Makinde, one of the G5 governors or members of the Integrity Group, as they would like to be called, may have beaten more than he can chew. He probably didn't bargain for collateral damage when he joined 4 other PDP governors to demarcate his party's presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar. Makinde's Taki Tinubu in the presidential election ensured the APC candidate won the state. But the APC has not stopped there. There are 3 senatorial district constituencies in Oyo State. APC won all 3 senatorial seats and 8 of the 14 House of Reps seats, leaving Makinde's party PDP with 4 House of Reps seats. The remaining 2 were declared inconclusive. Already, the governor is at loggerheads with PDP chieftains in the state who cannot understand why their party leader thought he could have his cake and eat it. Now, it is his head that is on the chopping block as he seeks a second time in office. Whether Makinde will survive as the executioner raises his axe to strike, only time will tell. But if the way Oyo people voted for APC's Tinubu in the presidential election on February 25th is anything to go by, Makinde may well kiss the governor's house in Agodi Hills in the ancient city of Ibadan goodbye. In Rivers State, it will be interesting to see how Governor Nyesom Wike, another G5 member who fought tooth and nail against his own party and ensured that Atiku lost in the state, will convince his people it is now time for them to vote for the party he openly denigrated ahead of the presidential election. Fortunately, he completed his 2 terms as allowed by the constitution, but unfortunately for him, the governorship candidate of the PDP in the state is his anointed candidate, Simini Alayi Fubara. Unfortunately for Fubara though, Wike's actions may have serious implications for his governorship ambition. But if Wike's reputation precedes him, what does it say? Well, there was violence in many parts of Rivers State on presidential election day as some youths took to the streets to protest against alleged attempts to manipulate the results of the election. At some point, the state collation officer, Professor Charles Teddy Adidas, adjourned the collation process, saying he was being threatened by some politicians and members of the public. There have been reports that Peter Obi of the Labour Party was cruising to victory in the state till a mysterious hand derailed the journey. Eventually, the results for the state were some of the last to arrive at the National Collation Center, sparking allegations of massive rigging. Let's just say many people have laid the blame at Governor Wike's door. And if truly, as they say, history is important because it helps us to understand the present, then the security agencies will do well to proactively protect people's right to vote, while the electoral body INEC should also ensure all votes count. As it stands, there is no question that all kinds of forces will be again at play in the governorship and state assembly elections in the state. The question is, will the authorities do what is needed to guarantee free and fair elections in the state? As for the rest of the G5 governors, things seem to have already fallen apart. Governor Okeze Ikpeazu of Abia State, Governor Samuel Otom of Benue State, and Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi of Enugu State all lost their bids to continue their friendship in the Senate after losing elections in their respective senatorial districts. Though they have lost round 1 of this fight, it is yet to see if they have any fight left in them to back their anointed candidates for governorship seats all the way. After all the southeast states, Enugu, Abia, Anambra, Imo, and Ebonyi capitulated to the Labour Party in the presidential elections, many Nigerians are patiently waiting to see if the governorship and state assembly elections will swing in the same direction or go with the APC or PDP. Whichever way the votes will swing, the fight is on. Apart from Lagos and Rivers, one of the states that presidential candidates want to win to boost their chances of winning is Kano. Consistently, Kano records a large number of voters, and the last presidential election was no exception. Its governor, Abdullahi Ganduje, is one of the major supporters of the APC and Tinubu, but that did not stop all of them from losing the state to NNPP and its candidate, Rabiu Kwankwaso, in the February presidential election. Kwankwaso polled almost 1 million votes to beat Tinubu to second place in the state with a total of 517,341 votes. Indeed, some people have said if they could measure the temperatures of the APC stakeholders in the state following the knockout blow they suffered at the hands of the NNPP in the presidential election, they would have temperatures reaching 40 degrees, which would imply severe stress. Basically, Nigerians do not need a soothsayer to know the ruling party in the state, APC, will see the governor and state assembly elections as round 2 and an opportunity to fight back. Hence, a key battle for the soul of Kano is at hand. Like Kano, like Kaduna, a state governed by another staunch APC member who failed to deliver the state to his party in the presidential elections. But while Ganduje's fights appear to follow a narrow path, the forces fighting against Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai are taking the highway. In southern Kaduna, which suffers frequent deadly attacks by suspected herders, El-Rufai is unpopular because he's perceived as not doing enough to stop the killings allegedly being carried out by his tribesmen. His confirmation that his government traced some Fulani herders responsible for killings in Kaduna to Cameroon and Niger Republic and
Barrister Dele Farutimi. It's a pleasure to have you again, sir.
He's not calling Dele Farutimi. It's just Dele.
Dele.
How's the name?
Let's go away. In the light of how the last presidential elections and the national elections has been described as one of the worst in this country's electoral process, questions are being raised. By what metrics? What's your analysis?
Well, I'll be careful to speak strictly to only what I know, either to be facts or what I witnessed on my own. What happened on the 25th of February might be evaluated in two parts. The first part should deal with the people themselves. The Nigerian people, I can speak specifically to Lagos State because this is where I reside. The Nigerians turned out in their numbers, in unprecedented numbers, to exercise their franchise. That is not in consonance with what had happened before that day, the level of citizens' engagement with the process. So all the promises that INEC had given people, the works that had been done by multiple civil society organizations and individuals who had reconnected the people back to the PVC in the hope that we might be able to have genuine changes at the polls in deference to the yearnings and aspirations of a lot of Nigerians. So as far as Nigerians were concerned, Nigerians trooped out, they were engaged, but that is the point where elections ended. Citizens' engagement. And the word citizen is important, and we'll come back to it as I answer your question. So Nigerians were generally engaged, even in parts of Nigeria where they had given up on Nigeria. And it's not just in the Southeast. It's always very easy to identify the change movement with the Southeast, which is the home region of the candidate that came to symbolize the yearning and aspiration for change. But when you consider the fact that in places like Benue, in places like Plateau, in places like Yobe, in places like Borno, in places like Rivers, in Edo, in Delta, in vast parts of the Southwest itself, there was a palpable demand for a different direction, and the people came out like that. So you realize very quickly that where the system had not expected to find cohesion, they were shocked to find cohesion. Where the system had not expected that common purposes would be found, common purposes were found across the country. So the people, as far as it relates to the 25th of February, demonstrated a willingness and a desire to live together as one and to change the system through the peaceful route offered by the electoral system. But that was where it ended. INEC proved to be exactly what it has always been, completely Nigerian. Nigerian in the sense of everything that has been bad with our country for a long time. It preferred to be ruled by impunity instead of the guidelines and order that it had promised the Nigerian people. So in every way that it was possible for INEC to fail as an institution, it failed woefully. In a sane environment, in a system where they are truly citizens, strictly so-called, in a system governed by law, Professor Yakubu, he should be in jail by now because of the multiple infractions of the guidelines that he himself publicly eulogized, sold to everybody from Nigeria to the international community. Straight down the line, we had multiple failures. These are already in the public space. And Dele Farotimi, a retired lawyer, in case you have forgotten. Now, in that failure, you had INEC servers, or whatever they called it, being switched off. You had beavers unable to transmit results, not because it is incapable of doing so, but because human beings decided to intervene. Because if they allowed the system to work, the room for impunity would disappear. So everything the man promised he promised a Rolls Royce, but he didn't even deliver a jalopy. He delivered an omolanke unfit for purpose. That is what the man has done at great cost. The money that he has just wasted, squandered, organizing the nonsense that he has now called an election, which is the point of departure with the 25th. I am careful, not because I am particularly respectful of any one of the many lying institutions, but because some people have elected to go to court. I am hoping that that court system will be the perfect place to unrobe the Nigerian state. I remember when we were talking after the NSAS, and I was explaining why we were going to the tribunal. I said it, and we're on record as saying that we didn't expect to get justice out of the system, but that since they had opened a tribunal, that we will go to that tribunal and use the tribunal to establish the fact that there was indeed a massacre. And we eventually used that tribunal, and kudos to the chairwoman of the tribunal. We used that tribunal, the same tribunal set up by the state, comprising of members only nominated by the state. We used that same tribunal to prove that the governor was lying. We used that tribunal to prove that the Nigerian police and the Nigerian army are institutional killers and liars. We used the same tribunal to unrobe the state to the point where you began to have discovering camcorders and things. So I am confident that the OB team at the tribunal would equally use the tribunal to unrobe INEC and different members of the debauched lot who sit in that place and pretend to be serving the country whilst they are ruining it and lining their own pockets. So insofar as it relates to the 25th of February, yes, the people did their part, and INEC failed them as it has always done. The police failed them as they always have, because the police stood by whilst thugs who work in tandem with governors. This is where I speak to the confluence of interest between the criminal elements. Sometimes, even now, you now know that the criminal elements and the traditional institutions in certain parts of the country are in bed with the state. So you have an unholy trinity, and the people are the constant victims. So yes, we had an election, we the people did. INEC ensured that our will has not been reflected.
Now, consider the fact that the credibility of that election had been called to question. A lot of Nigerians are quite skeptical about the next governorship and the state houses of the assemblies election.
Rightly so.
Widespread voter apathy, so to speak. And consider the fact that Nigerians are quite skeptical. They're afraid that their votes might not count, and that they're going to the poll again on Saturday will be a waste of time.
an effort. If our votes would not count, we wouldn't have seen INEC as desperate as it was on the 25th. Our votes count. If our votes will not count, they will not be going around burning markets. If our votes will not count, they will not be busy buying all sorts of expired politicians to come back to their side so that they can. It's almost like football transfer season. You're having governorship candidates bought, political parties bought, but that should not offer any surprises to anyone. Instead of buying delegates, they were buying governors. So why should it surprise anybody that they are buying candidates who are not really candidates in any election, if the truth be told? How come that people who had a lot of negative things to say about them yesterday have suddenly become their friends today after they bought an extra week from INEC? You should understand that what they want is voters' apathy, because it is in the midst of voters' apathy that they are able to achieve their goal. No matter how much intimidation, no matter how, if they like, let them have 1,000 MC mushroom picking roaming the streets of Lagos. If the people are engaged in the process, if they are out in force and in number, and they are voting, the truth of the matter is that the powers of the MC mushroom pickings of this world are minimized when we turn out in our numbers. Refusing to come out and vote because you are afraid, you've been scared, you've been divided, you've been left disillusioned by what has happened, merely leaves the space open to those who had set out originally to ensure that that is exactly what you will do. Remember, in answering your earlier question, I pointed out that when we decided to go to the NSAS panel, for instance, we went there because we were convinced that we had preponderance of evidence to prove what we were saying about the culpability of the governor, the army, the police, and the state itself. So we used the venue provided by the government. Now, if we had ignored to go ab initio, we would have handed them the opportunity to do what they had hoped to do, which was to create the narrative and manage the narrative and have a show before the world, a tribunal. They would have had control of the narrative. And they had done a fantastic job, aided by multiple people that Nigerians would never have expected to find culpable in that kind of ignoble act. But they had the narrative already until Ramimba stepped in. Anyway, that's another story for another day. But in this election, our people must understand that if you do not buy the ticket, you cannot win a lottery. If you have given up ab initio that, oh, because of all the things they have done, because there is a possibility that they might be violent, because of these, there are always going to be 1,001 reasons not to come out. But understand this, not coming out validates the evil that you are running away from. You are going to live with it for the next 4 years. The ones that are scaring you away from voting, those ones will go to bed after the elections. The ones that are going to come to you will be the ones wearing bow ties and things. When they come, they will not be coming with cutlasses, but I guarantee you, you will be seeing all sorts of bills. Because those ones that are scaring you off now, including the bearded clowns, they make money from our collective misery. The one that I find funniest about all of this is the fact that the indigents who are being coerced into celebrating Oro in these late hours, they are going to come through the toll gates that the system has built. They will pay the same amount as the people they are asking them to be afraid of. Nobody is going to discriminate as to who is passing through and how much that person is paying. The collapsed infrastructure that we have all endured for the last 24 years, it will remain. It's not the Igbo in Lagos State that has been digging up the roads that all of us are going through bad roads. When you leave your house in the morning, if you live in the Lekki Ekpe axis, for instance, if you live at Aoyaya and your office is in VI. Typically, that was where most people who went to buy land and have today built in that area, that's where they work. Ikoyi VI. It's a minimum of 3 hours. If you make the error of leaving your home later than 5 o'clock, it's about 4 hours just to get to work in the morning. It's not going to change simply because you revalidated a threat that you have received from those you should know are your true enemies. So when you look at the totality of what is at stake on Saturday, and what is at stake on Saturday is something that had never happened before. Let's be frank with ourselves. Lagos is important to the future of Nigeria on multiple levels. When Obasanjo was busy chasing Tinubu around in 2003, 2004, I warned at the time that Obasanjo was creating a bite everybody in the ass because he made Tinubu into some sort of opposition figure, a progressive politician. He helped him build his image. The man had exceedingly rapacious policies, stripping the people of their wealth and privatizing the Commonwealth. Obasanjo's overreach made it possible for him to operate without because it became, he's the one challenging Obasanjo's running rampage all over the place, and he created this monster. The monster he created during his own tenure, when he should have focused on succession and obedience to the rule of law, credible elections, that monster is what is biting everybody today. So now that monster is threatening to take over the seat of power in Abuja with his purchased mandate, a purchased mandate. That monster is now looking to use the instrumentality of hate, ethnic bigotry, in addition to religion, which he had long established as a basis for power, to retain power in the most important of all states in Nigeria. Maybe people don't understand this. Lagos is the fifth, either the fourth or the fifth largest economy in Africa. It doesn't have the fifth best school system. It does not have the fifth best rail system. It does not have the fifth best healthcare delivery system. It is not ranked fifth in anything good. And it has been the sole possession and toy of a man for 24 years. That man is now doing everything he can to retain possession of the state. Whether he burns it down completely before it is taken, or whether he is able to take it by foul means. He doesn't care. Power is to be, you grab it, you chase it. That is his concept of power. So Lagos State election on Saturday is beyond, it's not just about casting a ballot. It's about determining the future of a country. It's about deciding whether you are happy to be governed by what is essentially a criminal franchise, because that is what it is. A franchise that will deploy all manner of violence in order to retain power, that will deploy hatred in order to retain power. That is not, and it is not, that's not a political franchise, that's a criminal franchise.
Let's look at the efforts by the legal team in order to reclaim the mandate, so to say, the purchased mandate, so to say. Considering the litanies of legal failures of the Supreme Court and the fact that most Nigerians do not even repose any kind of confidence in the Supreme Court itself. We've seen the bureaucratic bottlenecks that the LP's presidential candidate and his legal teams are already, going through with regards to the election materials, and questions are also being raised that with the stranglehold that these elements, or criminal elements, so to speak, still have on the judiciary as well as on the executive arm of government and the Senate. Do you see anything coming out from the Supreme Court at all?
I would answer that question in two parts. I'll answer first as somebody with legal training, even though no longer a lawyer. I'll say, let the lawyers in the court have their day in the court. We're still at the preliminary stages of the search, the mandate, the judicial processes. It's early stages yet. INEC, of course, has shown itself to be exactly what it is, a criminal enterprise looking to cover up its own tracks. So it's been as obfuscating as it possibly can be. It's been as incoherent as it possibly can be. It has stonewalled as much as it possibly can. I witnessed that personally as part of the team that went to the Lagos wreck a couple of days back. And I know what difficulties we encountered, even though as of today, we have been promised access and a team is already with them seeking to do that. But stepping out of the lawyer mode and speaking as a Nigerian now, remember that, and it's good that we have the example of NSAS to refer to. The government spent God knows how much money on all sorts of evil influencers to deny what happened at Lekki Toll Gate. It spent tremendous amount of money. It co-opted men who you would once have considered advocates of truth and justice. Corrupted. No, they didn't become corrupted yesterday. They'd been for a while. Became part of that enterprise, all in a bid to deny the evil that they did. But those of us who spoke clearly as to the fact that there is no justice to be found, we were sufficiently confident in the amount of evidence that were in our possession. If you have gunshot victims, you have video evidence of what happened. We had preponderance of, as at the time we were coming out to say that there was a massacre, we had over 10 eyewitnesses whose testimonies we had, and we recorded them separately and all tallied in material detail. We had physical evidence, we had photographic, so we were confident to come out and tell the government in the public that we dare them. I remember using that, I said we triple dare them, let them set up that. They did, and we used the instrumentality of the tribunal, even though we had expressed our lack of faith in the system, but because we were confident that nobody could deny what we had. They could not be denied. The rule of evidence is very clear, and it might be difficult for outsiders to see everything, but it was a unanimous decision of the tribunal, including persons nominated by the government who came from the Ministry of Justice, who have today been promoted to become in Lagos State. They saw the evidence and unanimously, in the language of the tribunal, they said there was a massacre. So Jide Sanwo-Olu can continue lying that there wasn't one.
They attempted to discredit him.
That's up to him. What do you want a drowning man to say? He can lie all he wants. He lied so much that sometimes he forgets what the truth has become. Listen, the man who is telling you that there was nothing, he superintended the payment of 100 million naira to families of those who lost their lives and persons who survived with physical and emotional trauma. They paid in cash in 2 tranches of 50 million. So the same person will now come on here and he will be denying that anything happened, or he will be minimizing what happened. The tribunal is set up comprising of 7 or 9 members nominated entirely by the government, unanimously said there was a massacre. So, but to relate it to the issue,
exactly,
the electoral tribunal, the presidential election tribunal would have no choice but to come to the same conclusion that INEC has stolen what does not belong to Bola Tinubu and handed it to him.
So, let's get this clear.
Yes.
Your party and the PDP have claimed victory for itself in the elections, accused accusing INEC of complicity in the emergence of Bola Tinubu as the winner of that election.
Yes.
We are now at a point where critics of INEC have continued to reject that result, dredging up what is considered to be evidence of how the election was compromised.
Yes.
The question that is still yet to be answered or remains unanswered, and I'd like to get your perspective on this.
Yes.
Nigerians would like to get your perspective.
Yes.
That if they observe the irregularities in that elections, are they substantial enough to have produced a different result?
Okay. You see, there is this dangerous thing that we do in our country. We ignore the issue, and then we set up straw man argument to distract from the issue. The issue is this: was there an election worthy of his name conducted on the 25th of February? And incidentally, I think it is a little misleading and playing into the preferred narrative of the evil system to suggest that it is only the PDP and the Labour Party that are complaining about the result or rejecting the result of the last election. The fact that those two are the ones that have been decreed second and third might tend to lend credence to what you have said, because they are the more credible voices to demand anything of the electoral body in view of the manifest widespread nature of the electoral fraud that were perpetrated.
But the other parties have not claimed to have won in that election.
Now, they have look, this thing is simple. I'll show you one. We had persons on the ground in Maiduguri during the election. There is no news channel in this country that carried the news that the Monday market in Maiduguri was set on fire and it kept burning until Monday before the fire brigade would do anything about it. What was it? What was their crime? They voted Labour Party. In places where INEC result was showing 0-0-0, we knew what transpired in those places. In places where nobody expected Labour Party to win, Labour Party won. But Labour Party won because it became the symbol for those whom Nigeria had disenfranchised. Those whose voice had been silenced for so long, who nobody hears. I'll show you one. Southern Bauchi, and I'm saying this from having seen all sort of figures and stuff that have been posted. I've also seen some raw figures in some other. In Southern Bauchi, from only 4 polling units, Peter Obi got more votes in 4 polling units in Bauchi South than was declared for him in the whole of Bauchi. No, in the whole of Bauchi South. I'm using Bauchi South, not South. Okay. No, not the whole of Bauchi. Only 4 polling units in Bauchi South gave him more than was declared for him in the entire Bauchi South. If you go to a state like Rivers, the governor was so desperate in his desire to deliver the state to APC that he was careless about getting caught in multiple acts, himself directly or his agents there on video. In Ajegunle, Ali Zatueji, the Labour Party candidate, recorded direct tipexing, criminal act by an officer sworn by law not to do exactly what he was doing. So you're not dealing with a few irregularities. You're dealing with a situation where INEC deliberately subverted its own system in order to achieve a predetermined outcome. These will be proven before the court because I know we can prove it. That Peter Obi is saying, and our campaign is saying that he won, is not based on figures plucked from the air. What INEC has done might be likened to when somebody steals something bigger than it can carry, than he or she can carry. They have stolen the product, yes, but they can't take it away because their own evidence, the evidence in their own hand, proves that they are lying. That's why the law courts are there. When the evidence are being presented to the law courts, the Nigerian people, of course, would have the benefit of seeing these evidences themselves. When we went before the Lekki tribunal, Nigerians saw the evidences now. So it's not something that is shrouded in secrecy. INEC will be unrobed before the Nigerian people.
Why INEC has to be held to its promise to deliver a technology-driven and malpractice-proof election, there's still so much criticism about INEC's effort to redeem itself or its image as far as the March 2050 election is concerned.
See.
Will INEC have the local standards to redeem itself?
Little men tend to focus on material gain. And Mahmoud Yakubu is a little man. He's a very little man. He's a Lilliputian. He might have acquired degrees and diplomas, but unfortunately he has very little understanding of life, of the purpose of life. His problem is he should be a man in his late 50s or early 60s now, so he can't live as long as he has already lived. He should be focused on legacy, about what history would say of him. If it is a repetition of what happened on the 25th of February, it will go down in history most corrupt, inept, and useless head of INEC. It is up to him to determine and decide how he wishes to be remembered. I don't know what his inducement was, whether it was based on some religious consideration or whether it was a function of filthy lucre. Whatever it is known to him and it is known to God. What I do know is this: history will record that I am very hopeful on the 25th of February. He and the institution that he leads, INEC, dashed the hope of a lot of Nigerians. It's not about losing an election. No, it's not about losing an election. If we had contested an election and lost the election, and the will of the Nigerian people had been reflected in the outcome of the election, it would be a correct way to gauge where we are as a people, and then the opposition would know what it needs to do and where it needs to do those things in relation to the people who would have delivered their verdict at. But in a situation where you had institutional systemic stupidity disguised as rigging, such as the one that just took place, it was entirely up to Yakubu to decide whether he wants to go down in history as an idiot or as an hero.
Hello and thank you for sticking around. It's top of the hour news. Nigerian actress Chioma Akpota says she was attacked by thugs with knives, bottles in Lagos. Nollywood actress Chioma Akpota said she was attacked by thugs at a polling unit in Lagos. In a video she posted on her Instagram page on Saturday, the actress said she was attacked with knives and bottles and that she had to flee for her life. Fake policemen reportedly take over polling units in Enugu community. There are concerns in the Isi Uzo local government area of Enugu state over the reported invasion of polling units in the area by fake policemen. Meanwhile, thugs suspected to be working for the People's Democratic Party have been attacking supporters of the Labour Party in Obiagu Primary School and WTC Primary School in Enugu North local government area of the state. Speaking with journalists this morning, the Anglican Bishop of Eha Amufa Diocese, Reverend retired Reverend Daniel Oliya condemned the development, describing it as unacceptable. Political thugs attack election observer in Enugu. Political thugs on Saturday morning attacked electorate and observers at polling unit in Obiago Primary School in Ogui New Layout Ward, Enugu North Local Government Area of Enugu State. One of the people attacked was an election observer with the Nigerian Civil Society Situation Room, Nwagu Chukwuwike. In a video obtained by Sahara reporters, Chukwuwike said, "A thug attacked me for observing the process. He ordered that I should leave and seized my phone. Thanks to the Nigerian army who intervened," he said. PDP thugs attack drive out AAC other political party agents in Benue community. Political thugs from the ruling People's Democratic Party, PDP, in Benue State have brutalized and chased away other political party agents from the Guma local government area of Benue State. Sarah reporters learned that the PDP agents and thugs drove out African Action Congress AAC agents and other opposition parties in the council ward. Political thugs destroy ballot boxes, chase away voters in Osun State. Hoodlums today have stormed some polling units to disrupt the ongoing election process of the Osun State House of Assembly in the state. The hoodlum arrived at Ward 5, Units 10 and 11 in Isopako area in Oshogbo and drove away voters. The hoodlum destroyed ballot boxes and tore ballot papers before leaving the area. Voters, including the aged, scattered to safety immediately the gun-wielding men arrived. And that's all we have for you on Top of the Hour News. We'll be right back.
check. Ni na san shi. Da sile da kaka gaba ko? Da sile. Da wani yaro rara. Rara duk ɗan nan unguwan ne? Duk ɗan nan unguwan ne. Na san su. Billahi la ilaha illa huwa. Adda babba ko? Wani ba zai ba. Mun tsinin gindin uwa. Tajo. Annabi Muhammad ku yale ni haba da Allah. Tajo ko? Ya ya ko ko na mun tare da da akwai sile. To yawa dan gidan where the network is from. Go to the Please hold on. Madam, what's your name again? Madam, please, madam, what's your name again? What's your name again, please? What's your name again? What's your name again? Let me get your name. So that I will so that they will know that this is the instruction. What do you mean? They gave an instruction that you
to risk our lives, risk everything, and then, of course, they are hoping and expecting, I guess, that many of us will not vote because home. This is totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. This is automatic disenfranchisement because the people will be suspicious of what the motive is for this last-minute change, and they would rather stay at home.
TV's live coverage of the gubernatorial and state houses of assemblies election here in Nigeria. And with us in the Zoom is Mr. Dele Farotimi, a retired lawyer. We also have Professor Remi Shunaya, a retired professor. Let's start with you, Mr. Dele Farotimi. Welcome to the program, sir.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. And good afternoon, Prof. It's nice to be sharing the podium with you. Thank you.
Mr. Dele Farotimi,
Yes,
we're
sir.
about to show some footages from reports that we've been having since morning. And right after that, we'll get your perspective on what's been happening throughout the country today. Here are some of the videos, footages that we've had and has been trending on the social media with regards to unleashing of violence
To risk our
across different
lives.
states of the Federation on an election day. We'll be right back after these video footages. Please, could you get those video footages out?
This is totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. This is automatic disenfranchisement because the people will be suspicious of what the motive is for this last-minute change, and they would rather stay at home.
Mr. Dele Farotimi.
Yes, sir.
There's been an unleashing of violence across the states of the Federation. Let's hear what your perspective is on this.
No, I don't think what you've really is not as simple as you just made it sound. You know, I have been a witness to a social experiment over the past 30, 40 years in Nigeria. And I think I finally saw the culmination of that social experiment today. And I would explain. You said you saw the unleashment of violence against the people. It goes beyond the unleashment of any violence. What happened today was the culmination of the effect of weaponized ignorance and weaponized poverty against the people by the state. The full effect, what happens when it reaches its crescendo, is what I have witnessed today. I went to vote, and as I shared on social media since a couple of days ago, that the APC plan in Lagos State is to use the Oro Festival as a cover and to then use INEC, who would have moved polling units around and would also work eagerly with the hegemony in Lagos State, which is the same that is attempting to capture the whole of the country. And just exactly like that, it happened. So I went into what has happened is that in the Lekki axis, the indigenous communities who have had their land stolen by Tinubu and his cronies and have been pauperized over the years have found themselves in the unfortunate situation where, in the midst of the affluence that had been created over the years, the indigenous communities have been narrowed into ever smaller portion of what was once their wide ancestral holding. They have, over the years, been weaponized with poverty, and nobody has bothered to help liberate minds with education. The state has completely ignored to educate minds or to even train people in gainful skills. So it has encouraged the emergence of a class that is dependent on collection of rents or monile, that is dependent on the mercies of the state and the stipends from those that have rendered them impecunious. Those are the people who have been activated by the hatred of Omoibo Fegbeku. They have been activated by the lies of these are the people responsible for why you are where you are. So you find increasingly that instead of talking about them unleashing violence, what we should be talking about really is that they've managed to weaponize the victims against each other. Because I didn't see MC Oluomo where I voted today. I saw people that I grew up with in this neighborhood. I've lived here for close on since, well, I first came to the Greater Lekki metropolis in 1986, and I moved here and I started living where I'm living now since 2002. These are not strangers to me. So it wasn't like somebody imported thugs. No, these are the people that I grew up with who have been weaponized to believe that people who are fellow victims are actually the reason why they have been rendered impecunious. When this election is over, whatever the outcome, we would all live in this space together. When this election is over, we will all suffer the brunt of bad governance or enjoy the fruits of good governance together. For the next 4 years, this hatred will disappear until they need to renew the franchise of hatred, franchise of slavery. So for me, there was no election today. A social experiment was completed in Lagos State today. It was a situation where what should be democracy was centered around ensuring that those who you believe will not be for you do not get to vote. To counter this, those determined to vote would have to harm themselves and be ready to kill or be killed. That's the only way to go. So what is 2027 telling all of us if there will be 2027? I think I'm more than done now.
All right. Let's me get across to Professor Remy Shonaya. We also have Professor Remy Shonaya, the retired professor of French language and applied linguistics, and the 2015 COA party presidential candidate. It's a pleasure to have you on Sahara TV, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
You had Jennifer to me talking about the fact that he, from his own perspective, based on what has happened today so far, there was no election. Do you agree with that?
And as I listened to him, my heart just sank because I did not know that that was what was happening in the Lekki axis. I am very far away from there. I'm on the towards the Lasu area, Lagos State University. So you are talking Isheri, Igodo area. And in my polling unit, everything went on smoothly until I left to come and join this conversation. Things were well arranged, well organized. The officials came a bit late. They didn't come until like 9:45. But once they did, we organized ourselves and voting commenced around 10 o'clock. I am very, very sad at what I just heard. Although a friend of mine who voted in a polling unit that was just after my own, so I could see them from afar. She had called me to report that there were people in who wanted to scatter everything in their own polling unit. She said that young men had arrived and sort of threatening and saying that anybody who was here and was not going to vote for APC should just disappear. And, so she called me to say, please, let's report this. But I believe that several people already sent out, calls to the relevant agencies, and within minutes, some military personnel appeared on the scene. So in fact, I tweeted saying I hope that everything was going as smoothly in other parts of the state like it was in my own area. I'm very, very, very sad that this has not been the case. Of course, we knew that there was a heightened degree of desperation when it came to the announcement of Oro coming out a few days to the elections. You knew that that was not a neutral or normal program that was being announced. It was clear that it was intended, to threaten people, to disenfranchise as many as possible. So, well, let us see what will happen at the end of the day. But this is a very sad development, I believe, for our nation.
Sad development indeed. Mr. Dele to me, the warning signs have been here. And the warning signs have been there. And one of the recurring incidents of today is the fact that the security forces have kept a mute indifference and co-complicity as far as all these activities were concerned. Isn't that worrisome?
T. Gomez, I was speaking with a friend earlier today. We were chatting, and I said to the person that we knew they would do what they have done today. It would have made no difference to what we have done up until this point. When you drag a rag in front of a puppy, having the puppy chase after the rag, you don't intend for the puppy to hit the rag, but you are teaching the puppy how to hunt. The Nigerian people have seen the end of any argument that would tend to suggest that not engaging with the process is the reason why we are where we are. We have engaged with the process. We have done everything that anybody could have asked of us. When we now announce our lack of confidence in the system, it becomes impossible for anyone to creditably or credibly argue against our position. So we knew this was going to happen. I am on record as saying this was exactly what will happen today. The minute I got to my polling booth, I knew there was going to be trouble. But because these are people, like I said, I grew up with them. So they were not about to come. Anyway, let's leave that story. The important thing is this was always going to happen. We knew. Now they have done what they have done. The question that we should be asking ourselves now, what are we going to do? It's no longer about, there's no point having this autopsy. What has been done is audible to the deaf and clear to the blind. They have not been particularly circumspect about doing what they have done. They've been brutal, they've been brazen, they've cared nothing for what anybody or the law has to say. So when you talk about complicity of security agencies, I ask you, what agencies? Is it the one headed by MC Mushroom Pekin or the one headed by who? Who? What agency? Is it the police? We called the soldiers where I was. I believe they came maybe like an hour after. Laughable. So please, at the end of the day, this is not about a single harm. The police, the so-called thugs who are not thugs, the army, the ruiners, they work in concert. It's like when you go to an orchestra, you find the kettle player, you've got the trumpeter, you still see the ones who will come with their bow ties and ties, agbada and cap. They will be speaking dignified English. There will even be pastors and imams who will speak on their behalf. By the time this is over, they'll be telling you why you should let it all go. It's the will of God. Allah wills it so. You soon start hearing all of those. Oh, it's not only Oro that will be complicit by the time this is over. Just wait and carry your popcorn.
Prof, let's get your view on this. Are there grave implications of all that has happened today in terms of building public trust and confidence in the electoral process?
Sorry, please, could you repeat that? Because there was an airplane flying overhead, so I didn't hear your question very well.
All right. The question again is, what are the grave implications for what has happened today in terms of building public trust and confidence in Nigeria's electoral process?
Well, I'm still not sure I heard you very well, but I think I could discern what you were saying about, public trust and confidence. There is absolutely no way in which we could have trust and confidence in a system that is so brazenly, so blatantly skewed against the people. We are not fools, and we can recognize good governance when we see one. We have not been able to do that. Definitely not during this, past administrations, this current administration's tenure. And it is a very, very sad reality for us, because here we are needing desperately to build a nation, to unite the people, to forge a common identity. And what did you have? You had individuals based on their, how would I describe their desire to be in control, to seize the apparatus of state, who were willing to do anything, including fanning the flames, of ethnic hatred and so on. How do you go about referring to Gbadebo Survival as an Igbo boy? How do you do that? What on earth is that? How many people, as has been said over and over again, how many people are able to trace their ancestry to this Lagos up until the 1830s? What was all this about? Just because you needed to grab and not let go of the apparatus of state. I read something that was very sad today, written, it was on Twitter, by a young lady called Ifeoma, who obviously has lived in Lagos practically all her life and so on. And she said that the last few weeks have changed things for her fundamentally. That prior to this time, she would joke with her friends when they called her. She would laugh when her friends would call her Omo Igbo and so on. It seemed to be all nice and kind banter. But she said that has changed drastically, fundamentally for her now. So she was saying, understand when I no longer laugh at your Omo Igbo jokes, when I frown at some of the things that you say. He said, because it's like a loss of innocence, and I felt so bad about it, that people she thought were, just engaging in light-hearted, jokes and so on with her, turned out to be truly bigoted, individuals, ethnic bigots, So it's a very sad moment, I believe, that we are witnessing in Nigeria in general, and in Lagos in particular, at a time when we really do need to be focused on building ourselves into a nation.
Right. We'll be going on a short break, and we'll be right back with our coverage. And we'll still have our guest in the house, Mr. Dele Farutimi, and Professor Mishonaya. Please stay tuned.
Voting is going on. This is Agul Ward 2 polling unit. Voting going on. That is expected to vote.
To risk our lives, risk things. They are hoping and expecting, I guess, that many of us will not vote because of this and stay at home. This is totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. This is automatic disenfranchisement because the people will be suspicious of what the motive is for this last minute change, and they will rather
wait. Are you going to accredit at the polling unit?
We are going to the rank center. That is where the network is from. Go to the rank center.
Hold on. Please hold on. Madam, please, madam, what's your name again? What's your name again, please? What's your name again? What's your name? Let me get your name so that they will know that this is the instruction. What do you mean? They gave an instruction that you
Welcome back to Sahara TV's coverage of the 2023 Gubernatorial and Houses of Assemblies. In the house, we have our guest, Mr. Dele Farutimi, a retired lawyer, Professor Remi Sunaya, and we also have another guest in the house just joining us now, Mr. Kayode Ogundamisi. Welcome to the program, Mr. Kayode.
Hello, Kayode.
Hi,
Hello,
good
Kayode.
afternoon, Gomez. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much.
Let me get back to Dele Farutimi.
The Labour Party candidate in Lagos, Gbadebo Rhodes Vival, had accused the APC of causing voter suppression, and he said that he won't congratulate someone that got his mandate from intimidation and suppression. Instead, if it happens, he will go to court. What's next for the Labour Party in this regard?
Well, I can't speak for the Labour Party, and I never have spoken for the Labour Party. I spoke for the Obi presidential campaign team. It is the prerogative of a political party or the candidate who is aggrieved to take whatever measures is due to it. And if I were the candidate, I'll probably be saying exactly what he's saying. And I imagine that everybody who is not completely shorn of balance and objectivity would align themselves with what he has said. And what is even more, the popular thing in Nigeria after they have stolen anything that they might have stolen is to kukuma tell you, go to court. So Mr. Rhodes Vival is completely within his right to take the opportunity that the law says are available to him. The confidence or otherwise of the individual in the court system is another ball game entirely. So he is right to say that by around 10:30 this morning, my own polling booth where I voted, I was done voting by around 10, but by 10:30 they have scattered the place. So, and they have my entire neighborhood, which had been gerrymandered into the Ajiron village by INEC. Even those who voted in different locations in time past were centralized into the village. They had their polling units brought inside the village. Everybody couldn't vote now. My own polling unit, over 1,000 people. They scattered everything. So it is within the right of any. In fact, it will be silly not to challenge this, however one cares to. So that somebody is even advocating going to court, they should be clapping for him since they are the ones waiting for him in the court anyway. So he's within his right.
Let's get to Mr. Ogundamisi. Ogundamisi, we've had serious reports coming in from Nigeria with regards to the gubernatorial elections. Thugs attacking voters with knives, bottles. We've had reports of thugs attacking election observer in Enugu. We've had reports of thugs attack and drive out political party agents in Benue community, and as well as thugs destroying ballot boxes, chasing away voters in Osun State. Not to talk about the rampant thuggery activities here in Lagos that has disrupted the whole electoral process. Are you surprised by this event, developments?
Not at all. Who are these thugs? The thugs didn't just come out from heaven. If you have a system in place, you have participants, you have people going into politics. So if thugs are chasing people around, someone is sponsoring them, either a candidate or those who have stake in the election. So I think I hear a lot of times that we condemn the Nigerian system and we say everything is not working, but the fact of the matter is Nigerians make up Nigeria. The thugs are Nigerians. Those who sponsor them to go and attack police stations and disrupt people are Nigerians. So until we collectively as a people, decide to do the right thing, INEC's imperfection cannot be separated from the imperfection of the general society, of the person in a polling unit who is allowing someone to trumpet multiple times. So in as much as it's easy to just say everything is going wrong with the system, but we are culpable, So I'm not surprised because politicians are desperate to capture power. With power, you control resources, and in a situation where you are not even accountable to the people, the resources, as soon as you get into office, are at your disposal to be used willy-nilly. So they will do everything to capture power. I also want to question, so I'm always very careful when we're broadcasting to the international community, when we arrogate isolated incidents, no matter how bad they are, to mean it's happening across Nigeria. Say, for example, in the last election, we had voter suppression, particularly in Lagos, in Rivers, largely in southeastern Nigeria, largely in Lagos and southeastern Nigeria, but not a lot in the northern part of the country. But when we have conversations on social media, on international platforms, it's as if the whole Nigeria witnessed voter suppression. This one voter suppression is bad in a democracy, but you also have to look at the nuances and the complexities of the country and not just generalize that once it is happening in a particular part of the country, it means the whole country is engaged in voter suppression. So that is one. And I learned from what happened in Syria, what happened in Iraq, what happened in South Sudan, where conversations are propelled and they get to the point where the country now goes into a conflict where incidents in a particular, even in Ethiopia, they cried the last crisis in Ethiopia, So this is where I just want us to tread carefully, not to generalize, and that is not to say what is happening is good. Voter suppression should not be happening in any part of the country, but we should. Lagos is not Nigeria. This concentration on Lagos, and you isolate what is happening in the southeastern part of the country, you isolate what's happening in Rivers State, is unhelpful. We should speak clearly about injustices across the board wherever it is happening. That is where I have a bit of disagreement when people are having conversations about what is going on in Nigeria. And that is really my stake. It's bad that people are disrupting the election, and it shouldn't be happening.
Thank you very much, Ogundabisi. We'll get back to you. Professor Shunaya, earlier on you talked about the issue of ethnic bigotry and the threats of violence. The question I'd like to ask is, how do we heal from all of this animosity and bitterness amongst Nigerians after being disillusioned by their attempt to elect a credible leader?
How do we heal? I think that's the big question for us, and it is going to be one that's
Hello, Prof.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
A call was about to come in. Yeah, but if it is the people who are fomenting this trouble, like Mr. Ogundamisi just said, that thugs don't just appear, they must have been sent by somebody. Now, if it's the people who sent them who end up becoming, our leaders in terms of occupying the positions for which they are hope in, for healing. because the people who are causing the trouble are now the ones, in positions. And so I am just, I don't know what to say. I don't know how to answer that that question, except we get a new kind of leadership. If we get a leadership that is able to give us visionary leadership, transformative leadership, a rethinking, a value-driven, value-based leadership, challenging us to rethink all these issues, giving us a vision of a united Nigeria, where, as Aisha Yesufu would say, anybody could be served without knowing anything. These current ones being able to lead us into that new area. But at the same time, I'm very hopeful. I'm very hopeful that something will happen that will help us to transform, our reality. So, thank you very much.
Prof. Then if I to me, your thoughts on this?
I have been, well, let me put it this way. Mr. Ogudawisi came into the room, and myself and Prof were carrying on a conversation that was not intended for the international community. And we are in a closed Zoom room whilst there was a break, and we were having a conversation. I'm answering because he said Lagos is not Nigeria, and that is a riposte to something I was discussing with Prof. I am happy to have this discussion with him at his convenience or at our mutual convenience. But suffice to say that what we were discussing was not intended for the international community. And what we were discussing was between me and Prof. And there was more to it, and there is more to it, and it's a different conversation. However, in speaking to the general world, we had been speaking specifically to our own experiences. I spoke specifically only to my experience as somebody resident in Lagos, and I've been careful to speak only to what I witnessed or what I have seen on video. So when I speak to the extent of what happened in Lagos, what has happened as of today, I am speaking knowing as a fact that across the length and breadth of Lagos, across the length and breadth, and I repeat that, from Ikorodu to Ekpe to Badagry, across the length and breadth of Lagos, voters were seriously intimidated, in some cases physically attacked, and I'm even seeing reports already of a person who has been killed today. So as far as Lagos is concerned, I can speak to what has happened here. I do not presume to talk about what has happened in the North. The only time I have spoken about the North in my dialogue and conversation since the election was when I spoke to the burning of the market, the Monday market in Maiduguri, which was done on the day of the election itself and which kept burning until Monday before the fire brigade would go there. And no Nigerian journal or daily or TV would report it, and yet we have video that this happened. We have eyewitness account that this happened. So I have not spoken to anything that I did not see, and we can have that other discussion at your convenience.
Yes, excuse me, may I just report, please? May I just
please
report?
Go ahead.
My polling unit, where I voted at around maybe 11:30 or so. I just was called, I told you that a call was trying to come in when I was speaking. Well, I called the person back now, and he said that they have scattered everything. They have upturned all the ballot boxes. They have driven everybody away. The police was around but did not do anything. So that is on Lasso Road, Sherry Igodo area, polling unit number 115.
Thank you, Prof. Mr. Ogudamsi, I see you wanted to respond earlier on. Go ahead.
No, I think there's a bit of misunderstanding here. So I wasn't even private, I just joined the Zoom conversation. So I wasn't actually referencing either Mr. Parotimi and Prof. Shonaya, someone I really do respect a lot. So I was just speaking generally in terms of conversations we have on people, not any of these participants. When you follow conversations on social media, when you have international reports on CNN, on BBC about Nigeria, these assumptions and references are just using happenings in a particular section of the country to mean it's happening all across Nigeria. And why I said it needs to be careful is the way Libya was inflamed, where happenings in particular areas are generalized. In Syria, happenings in particular areas are generalized and promoted by warmongers into full-blown conflict. Of course, I know, and I did say, voter suppression in any part of the country is bad. What is happening and is being reported in Lagos is bad. So my reference was just, it wasn't personal to either of the two participants. It's just my general view. I just joined this conversation. I didn't follow the previous conversation, but it's a position I always try to clarify when we're having conversations about Nigeria generally, that we should focus on those areas and separate them. So for example, when they are reporting on happenings in America, there are voter suppressions in particular states during the last election where Black and ethnic minority were told they must provide ID cards. Their polling units were moved far away in Tennessee from, they had to bus them to get there. But when CNN is reporting it, it would particularly concentrate that this is happening in this particular area, but would not discredit the general election. The same thing in Accra, in Ghana. So this is where, while it's very important that we highlight the very horrible practice of voter suppression, intimidation, violence, but we should be also very mindful, and that is my general suggestion when I speak to people, and also it's about consistency in narratives. In the last presidential election, 2 people were beheaded in southeastern Nigeria. Beheading is a serious crime. And the reportage is, unlike Mr. Parotimi did mention, in a particular place, a market was born. But there just seems to be this very high interest, of when we're making these conversations, it's just a particular city in itself. And that also fuels the bigotry, that you alluded to, where you ask people from particular sections of the country will be saying, why us? If it's happening in your side and you're not talking about it, why is it always about this particular place? So it's that's just the note of caution. Of course, it is unacceptable that in a city as large as Lagos, which is probably the 3rd or 4th highest economy in Africa, that we can't, a dynamic, diverse, that people should not be able to freely go and vote for the candidates of their choice, no matter where they come from. And I think that should be largely condemned. And that is quite unacceptable. I've written several times about what is happening in Lagos. And I think it's not acceptable, but I also think that there's just that large conversation about our country. There are sites of the country where elections are being held. They are held successfully. People are not killing each other. They are going to the polling units. They are going back home and they're getting results. In the last presidential election, in large parts of the country, people were quite pleased about the results of the election, where Labour won, some areas where PDP won, the diversity of votes in the northern part of the country, where the three leading parties almost got equal amount of votes. And I think those are positive developments that's happening in our country. But then you now have some parts of the country, ironically, in the southern parts, where we seem to be going backward. And the parts of the country we thought they were unschooled, they were malus, as they would say, seems to be practicing democracy in a way that those of us in the southern part of the country thought they weren't able to. So we actually need to speak to the wider desperation in certain parts of the country when it comes to election, that it becomes a conflict situation. It becomes where we are saying some tribes cannot vote in certain areas. And I think those are legitimate questions that need to be probed, really.
Let me just also report that from our reporters, it's not just the violence, it's not just peculiar only to the southern part of the country. We've also had reports of violence in Kano and Kaduna by our citizen reporters in those states. And it's not just peculiar only to Lagos. However, the question still subsists: how do we heal from all of this animosity and bitterness? I mean, considering the fact that now Nigerians are more than ever disillusioned. And where do we go from here?
So the first, I think I will sound like a broken record with this. I've always maintained, and I think I've been on your program several times, that you cannot heal if you don't have honest conversations. There are some topics we try to avoid as a country. The number one topic is what is Nigeria as a country, the structure of the country. Why is it that everyone is desperate to go to Abuja to become the president of the country, to become a senator, to become a member of House of Reps? Because power is concentrated too much in the hands of a powerful man. So, for example, the president almost determines who gets what in Alimosho, or who gets what in Nkwo, in Anambra State, or who gets what in Argungu, So we need to speak to the question of how power is structured in such a way that the center is too, because if we restructure in a way where we would not, it will not matter who is the president of the country. What will matter is what your councillor is doing in your local government, what your local government chairman is doing with the resources. And I'm speaking about the national question. So we need to speak about the national questions. We have not healed the Biafra questions. We need to have those honest conversations about Biafra, both either on the Nigerian side, either on the Biafran side. We need to now talk about resource control. Why should oil be taken from the Niger Delta and then you pump everything into Abuja, and then you now start giving them stipends? We also need to speak about, as NGOs and civil societies, over the years, we no longer hold accountable governors, local government chairman, councillors. Everyone is either talking about Jonathan, or we're speaking about Buhari, or we're speaking about Obasanjo. But when you look at budget, when you look at the other different organizations, it seems activism is just focused on Abuja. And you have a lot of people who get a lot of resources. As we speak today, we still allocate millions of naira to local government, to the state governments, and they escape. In Abia State, you know it, the different governors they've had, successive governors, they've never really accounted for resources to the people, but focus is not on them. So civil society needs to go into the local areas and start calling people out and start making them accountable. In terms of healing, I think we'll first start by having honest, difficult conversations. We have to there should be consequences for bad behavior. Right now in Nigeria, there are no consequences for bad behavior, either by people in government or even by citizens themselves. So, for example, if I want to get a driver's license, and I don't want to go through the official way, I'll be able to do it because, somebody in the office is able to collect bribe, and then people in government know that if they steal money, there are no consequences for their actions, So we also need to tone down the rhetorics in terms of the conversations politicians have. When it comes to hunger does not have tribal marks. Poverty does not have tribal marks. What affects the man the poor man in Ikare affects the poor man in any other parts of the country. You know, and politicians would always promote this issue of ethnic, religious differences during election period. But when they get into power, these same politicians who form opposing blocks get united when they start sharing our resources in the National Assembly. You know, so I think those honest, we have to start by having honest, difficult conversations. There should be nothing like you cannot speak about anything. I should be able to speak about my brothers from the southeastern part of the Nigeria. They should be able to speak about their experience in Lagos and other parts of the country. This issue of stigmatizing people. If you have an opinion that doesn't go well with you, you are either a Fulani slave. You know, if the president comes from the northern part of the country, every crime is perpetrated by the Fulani man. Any crime, any kidnapping in any part of the country is the Fulani. If what's his name, Tinubu becomes president now, it will be the turn of the Yorubas to be labeled as the people causing everything that is wrong with Nigeria. So we need to hold people accountable based on the office they hold and not the tribe that they come from. And those who we elect into those offices must be very firm, very fair. You know, when they are using power and resources. My very disagreement with the current government, which I strongly support, I was hoping they would succeed, was the handling of the herdsmen crisis. I didn't think the president was exemplary enough, was fair enough, and he had to let it fester for a while. So we just need to be very honest with ourselves in having those conversations.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kayode. We'll have a short break, and we'll be right back after this short break to take the top of the hour news. Thereafter, we have a final analysis from and responses from guests. We'll be right back. Welcome back. These are the top of the hour news Sahara TV is tracking at the moment. These are the reports. APC member shot dead by soldiers in Cross River. Soldiers rescued suspected voter buyer from mob in Enugu. EFCC officials stormed Lagos Victoria Garden City after standoff over state of polling units. Armed thugs disrupt voting in Oshu community. And observers lament vote buying during elections in Imo. Here are the full reports. A member of the All Progressive Congress has been shot dead in Cross River. It was gathered that the incident happened on Saturday morning at Ogoja in the Northern Senatorial District. The victim was simply identified as Joe. He was allegedly shot dead by a soldier for allegedly causing a scene at a polling center. When contacted, the police public relations officer, SP Irene Ubo, said, "This is the information we got." In another story, some soldiers have rescued a suspected vote buyer for the People's Democratic Party in Obibi Square in Mboje, Eha Amufu, Isiuzo local government area, Enugu State. The alleged vote buyer was rescued from being mobbed by angry voters. In other news, officials of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, stormed Victoria Garden City in Lagos on Saturday. This comes after a standoff that resulted after officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission reportedly told residents that their polling units had been changed and moved.
Around 6,000 residents were waiting to vote in their assigned station in the estate, but INEC officials were elsewhere. Armed thugs disrupted voting in Osun community. Some armed thugs on Saturday disrupted the voting process in Osogbo, Osun State, as they dispersed INEC officials and other voters. Voting was ongoing at the polling unit 10 and 11 of Ward 5 when some armed hoodlums arrived at the units and shot into the air to disperse INEC officials, party agents, and the electorate in the queue. The thugs did not take away the ballot boxes but succeeded in creating confusion that disrupted the process and forced people to flee. Finally, observers lament vote buying during election in Imo. An observer group, Global Rights Nigeria, has raised alarm over alleged vote buying by the All Progressive Congress in Imo State during the ongoing governorship and state assembly elections. The group made this known in a post on its verified Twitter handle on Saturday, alleging that people are being directed to vote and 5,000 each awaits them after the exercise at Umuduba Ward 1, Booth 006. These are the news headlines that Sahara TV and Sahara reporters are tracking at the moment. We'll be right back after this short break. We still have our in-house guests, Mr. Daly Farutimi, Professor Remy Shonaya. I'm Mr. Kayode Ogudamisi. Mr. Daly Farutimi, let me get back to you. Hello, Mr. Daly, are you there? Hello, Mr. Daly, are you there?
Yeah.
Oh, great. My next question has to do about the President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Questions have been asked about.
Excuse me. You said what? President-elect. Or no, I just want to be sure that I heard you. President-elect. Okay.
INEC has recognized him as the president-elect. Questions have been raised as to his chances of delivering quality leadership, judging by the flawed process that brought him to power. What's your take on this?
I will not join you. I will not join you in normalizing a crime or in deodorizing a skunk. As far as I am concerned, no precedent has emerged in Nigeria. INEC, in criminal complicity with the APC and his presidential flag bearer, have announced Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the selected candidate. If and when they manage to get the courts to deodorize that skunk, I would have no choice but to, of course, accept the putrefaction of my country. But I am not going to help anybody to legitimize what I know to be a fraud. I will not offer any legitimacy to what I know to be series of crimes, both against the Nigerian state and against its people. So I am not having that conversation with you. Nothing good can come out of evil. Those who believe that something good can come out of this can keep fooling themselves and normalize that conversation. I refuse to join in normalizing it. Nothing good can come out of that evil. If you have destroyed the process by which legitimate elections might be held, you have already sounded the death knell of democracy. What happened today, if it will happen in Lagos, where me and you are living, where we see, where everybody are carrying cameras, they are international observers. If what is happening today in Lagos can be happening in Lagos as brazenly as it is happening, and then you are telling me that something good can be battered from that process, it is impossible. No good can come out of evil. The first of the many problems we have is our refusal to call it as it is. This is evil. No good can come out of it. We should stop fooling ourselves. There are fundamental destructions that have been wrought over the last 3 weeks. Wounds that were being healed have been torn open. New wounds have been opened afresh. Systems have been compromised. Public trust in processes have been destroyed. I'm not speaking in hyperbolic terms. I'm telling you what has happened. I live here. Illusions have been stripped away. What is clear is that we cannot, innocence is lost. We are not where we were. We're either going to agree to be rendered complicit in this evil, or we are going to be clear about our fundamental disagreement about where we are. We have a lot of conversations that we must have with ourselves. But the first of the conversation that we must have is the one that defines our status. Who is in power should not matter if we are actually citizens. And we can never be citizens if there are no rules, if there are no laws that are upheld in our country. Brother Kayode spoke to the consequences for bad behavior. How can there be consequences for bad behavior when the law does not rule? You are seeing cases where thugs, we call them thugs, but they are part and parcel of the state. We must come to the knowledge of this and admit it to ourselves. The chief thug in Lagos State has just been promoted to the chief thug in Nigeria. That is the man who stood in plain view on video telling everybody they have no right to come and vote. The DSS pretended to carry him yesterday. His client is the one that you're asking me to normalize his stolen mandate. You think his client is going to get into power and DSS will not start providing guards for him? We are not in a good place. We should admit where we are to ourselves. Enough of this sugarcoating and normalization of madness. A career criminal
Mr. Dele,
is about to become.
are we saying that Nigerians are now in a doldrum then? Do you trust the judiciary to delegitimize this process?
What I'm saying does not matter. What you are saying, what we are all saying, is what counts. If what I am saying is not predicated on truth, it will not have any resonance in anybody's spirit. If it has no basis in foundational truth, it will have no resonance. But the reality is that what we are saying, what we are living, in what other country of the world do you buy your own currency with money? You buy your own currency. That's what we are normalizing. We've become, please, I'm not having that conversation. We have come to the point where we need to decide who we are.
All right, Prof, let me get your thoughts on this.
Yes, I honestly agree. I agree with Mr. Farutini on this. You see, there's this hurry to say, after all, what has happened has happened. Let us move on and make the most of it. And that is how we keep laying falsehood upon falsehood upon falsehood upon falsehood until we don't even know how to recognize the truth anymore. We have to stop this at some point. And I would just, apart from, rather than go on to say practically the same things that he has said, some of the questions I also have in my mind have to do with, okay, so INEC has bungled, so terribly these elections. And everybody is going to walk away for free. This is after 350 billion spent to organize what we hoped credible, free, fair elections. The INEC chairman made promises, is captured on videos. So he's going to come around and say, oh, we tried our best, pity it did not work. So what do we do? He's going to walk away free? What is going to happen to people who have been cited, hatred, who have said things that should not be said? MC Oluomo, what's going to happen to him? The police say, oh, we are investigating. There are certain things that you must not be allowed to do or to say if we're You were talking about maybe what would bring about our healing. If all the Igbos who have been offended during these elections, and rightly so, if they suddenly saw all those who said hateful things against them brought to book, they would begin to heal. Because, excuse me, that would mean that we are setting ourselves on the path
All right. Thank you very much, Prof. We lost your final thoughts on that. Mr. Gudamisi, foreign governments and in the international community in particular have actually, seen this election as a flawed one, despite the fact that they had called for a free, fair, and inclusive election which will meet international standards. And their definition of a free and fair election includes ensuring a level playing field for all potential contenders, full freedoms of speech and organization, freedom of press, and respect of human rights. Are we going to see a political solution over what has happened as far as these elections is concerned? And we'd like to get your view on the fact that
having seen that there are too much deficiency in the democratic norms and practices, which needs to be addressed. What should Nigeria be expecting to see in the coming weeks? And what impact will all of this have on the future of the Nigerian state?
Okay, so
wait, are you going to accredit
on, irrespective of whatever candidate you support? And that is that the Prof and Mr. Parotimi support, or if you're supporting a Tinubu or a Shore or what have you, there's a general one that is clear that it's not a perfect election. There will be an area of disagreement, where supporters of the APC would see that their candidate has a mandate. Supporters of the APC who voted in the north, who voted in the south, and what have you, would have. So the election will be legitimate to them. And for Prof and Mr. Parotimi, who support the Labour Party, and the election will be illegitimate. But there's only one person, as far as we're only one institution, if we're to follow the rule of law, no matter how imperfect it is, that will determine a legitimate president-elect, and that is the Court of Appeal. I'm a lawyer, but I think it ends at the Supreme Court. And if we've had cases where elections were overturned in Bayelsa, the APC candidates who won quote-unquote election was overturned and given, and the PDP candidate became the governor. In other parts of the country, we've had cases where elections were overturned. I think we should continue, no matter how imperfect the system is, we should not be tired. We should continue to encourage and put pressure for the system to get to the point where we can surely say this is something Nigerians can have faith in. So Mr. Obi has made the right call. He's going to go to court. He's going to prove that he won the election. And whatever the outcome is, I think we would have to live with the consequences. If the Supreme Court announce the election and call Mr. Obi the president-elect, we don't rally around him and support him. If it's the current individual INEC has declared president, while we continue to hold him account, a country needs to be run, and we have to now start holding him accountable to the promises he made to Nigerians. If he's not delivering on those promises, start putting fire on his feet from the one. I do not see a third alternative. The third alternative will be complete civil disobedience. And that is one area I continue. And basically, for some of us who have experienced manage a crisis. That is one area I don't want both the politicians and supporters of politicians to push Nigeria to, you know. So I did not support, my writings were quite clear that the two, my most two favorite candidates that should emerge if Nigeria were to turn a page did not emerge in this election. I think this election should have been between Mr. Obi or the PDP and Oshibajo of the APC. That didn't happen. I've come to accept my fate. We've been presented with the current president elect, and if he's sworn in, if the Supreme Court affirms that he's the president of the country, then we will start dealing with the consequences of that, either for good or for bad. You know, I certainly.
We're almost. Let me just cut you short there. I crave your indulgence. We're all almost running out of time. Let me just get your final thoughts on this, and I'll give you just 1 minute.
Let's go with you first. Obviously, I just said that we will have to live with the consequences, irrespective of the outcome of whatever the Supreme Court says. What, in your opinion,
will
be the outcome of all of this?
Be the
And will Nigerians have to live with the consequences?
You're breaking up or something. I think you're frozen.
All right, can you hear me now?
So may I clearly make out what you were saying?
Oh yeah, it's frozen. Yes.
Are we good now? Can you hear me, please? Just trying to fix that. Hold on.
But we can hear you.
All right, can you hear me now?
I'm not too sure.
Your thoughts in 1 minute.
Your thoughts in 1 minute.
Well, we obviously come from different ends of the spectrum in responding to the challenge of Nigeria. I'm not sure if I'm still with you.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. So we obviously come from different ends of the spectrum when it comes to the way we view Nigeria and its many issues. But I am firm in my conviction that we can't move on from this. We have fundamental questions that we must address before we presume to move on. The Supreme Court of Nigeria is not immune from the problems of Nigeria. And unfortunately, I wish it could be said that I am speaking flippantly, but I am not. I am speaking knowing that I am happy to stand before any judicial panel anywhere to repeat what I have said, that the Supreme Court is rotten. It is complicit in what is going on in our country. And the evidence and facts of his putrefaction are in his own record. It's not deliberately me speaking flippantly. So when somebody tells me that I should accept the ruling of the Supreme Court or his judgment over and above the evidences of my own eyes, it must be that the Supreme Court, because one of the things that people don't understand about justice is that not only must justice be done, it must be seen to have been manifestly done. When you have a situation where thieves are emboldened to the point where they are telling people go to court, it tells you that they know that the person waiting in court will do their own bidding. So it's not sufficient that we should normalize this madness simply because a court that is as complicit in the madness as those who perpetrated it has deodorized it. That court must show clearly, demonstrably, that it has done justice, not a Lawa and Machina thing, not an Akpabio thing, not another Imo State thing. It has to be manifest justice. It is the one that has placed that burden on itself because it does not have a record of doing the right thing. So it's not enough that it came through the Supreme Court.
Thank you, Jeff.
Which one is the Supreme Court?
Prof.
1 minute, please. Your thoughts on this?
Does long for a nation where it is normal things that would be normal, that would be seen to be normal. One is getting afraid of using our heads when to just accept things. And then, just accept that all is well. All is not well. And we have to be I will not be stampeded into accepting that abnormal things are all right for us, all because this is Nigeria. No, we Nigerians, we are human beings too.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much, Prof. Kayode, your final thoughts, please.
Well, everything. I'm just hoping that whoever emerges as leaders in all every tiers of government will just be responsible enough to cater for the general needs of our people. There's so much poverty in the land, insecurity, lack of health care, things that directly affect our people day-to-day living, the way of life. The Naira policy, whoever becomes president needs to just do something as soon as possible so that our poor people in the villages will have access to the money and be able to sell their, there are just immediate things beyond conversations about how the system is bad. Somebody is going to be in public office. They need to be accountable to the people from day one. And that does not stop us from still dealing with the issue of their legitimacy. There are urgent, immediate needs that needs to be done by people in government. In Lagos, the deaths across the states, the lack of good roads for our people, the kidnappings. We still have an insurgency in the northern part of the country that is raging. We have the insurgency in southeastern part of Nigeria. These are very serious issues that needs to be looked into. So I am hoping that whoever emerges, would do something about it immediately. And that doesn't stop us from also continuously looking at the issue of the legitimacy of whoever emerges as president, governor, or local government chairman.
I'd like to give a special thank you to all and appreciation for our guest analyst today, Mr. Dele Farotimi, Professor Remy Shonaya, and Mr. Kayode Ogudamisi. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Sahara TV will be back with more updates as regards the elections. Please stay tuned.
Governorship election is here, and so are the political battles to decide the second round of Nigeria's general elections. Since 1999, Lagos has been under the only one man, Bola Tinubu, and for the first time, faces biggest battle yet to retain control of Lagos. but surely be the only one last night worrying over how to ensure they maintain a tight grip on their states or political domains. In Kano and Kaduna, northwest Nigeria, Governor Ganduje and Nasir El-Rufai respectively must be feeling the heat as well. The G5 governors in Rivers Benue, Abia, and Enugu have given themselves something to ponder upon ahead of the governorship elections. After openly demarcating the presidential candidate, 5 governors, or the integrity they would like to be called, may have beaten more than he can chew. He didn't bargain for collateral damage when he joined 4 other PDP governors to demarcate his party's presidential candidate. Atiku Abubakar. Makinde's tacit support for Tinubu in the presidential election ensured the APC candidate won the state. But the APC has not stopped there. APC won all 3 senatorial seats, 4 House of Reps seats. The remaining 2 were declared inconclusive. Already, the governor is why their party could have his cake and eat. Now it is his head that is on the chopping block as he seeks the second time in office. Whether Makinde will survive as the executioner raises his axe for APC's Tinubu in the presidential February 25th is anything to go by. Makinde may well kill in Agodi Hills in the ancient city of Ibadan goodbye. In Rivers State, it will be interesting to see how Governor Nyesom Wike, another G5 member who fought tooth and nail, will convince his people it is now time for them to vote for the party he openly denigrated. Fortunately for him, he has completed his 2 terms as allowed by the constitution. For him, the governorship candidate of the PDP in the state is his candidate, Simi Fubara. Unfortunately for Fubara, though, Wike's actions may have serious implications on ownership ambition. But if Wike's reputation precedes him, what does it say? Well, there was in many parts of Rivers State on presidential election day are some youths of the election. At some point, Mr. Prof. Adidas adjourned the coalition saying he was being threatened by some politicians in public. There have been reports that Peter Obi of the Labour Party was cruising to victory in the state till a mysterious hand derailed the journey. Eventually, the results were some of us to arrive at the National Coalition Center. So massive rigging. Let's just say many people have laid the blame at governance. History is important because it helps understand the present. Then the security agencies will do well to protect people's right to vote, while the electoral body INEC and there is no cause of forces will be again at play in state assembly elections in the state. The question is, the authorities do what is needed to guarantee free and fair elections in the state? As for the rest of the G5 governors, things to have already fallen apart. Governor Okeze Ikpeazu, Governor Samuel Otom of Benue, Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi of Enugu State to continue their friendship in the Senate after losing elections in their respective senatorial districts. One of this fight, it is yet to see if they have any fight to back their anointed candidates for all the way. After all the southeast states, Enugu, Anambra, Imo, and Ebonyi capitulated to the Labour Party in the presidential elections, many Nigerians are patiently waiting to see the direction, C or PDP, whichever way the votes will swing, the fight is on. Apart from Lagos and Rivers, One of the states that presidential candidates wants to win to boost their chances of winning is Kano. And the last presidential election was no exception. Its governor is one of the major supporters of the APC and did not stop all of them from losing the state to NNPP the February presidential election. Cost 1 million votes to beat in the state with a total of 517,300 if they measure the temperatures of the APC stakeholders in the states following the knockout blow of the NNPP in the presidential election, temperatures reaching 40 degrees, which would imply severe stress. Based on here to know that in the state APC will serve not state assembly elections and an opportunity to fight a key battle for the soul of Kano, like Kaduna, a state governor, staunch APC member who failed to his party in the presidential elections. But while Ganduje's fights appear to follow a narrow path, the first state governor now are taking the highway. He suffers frequent deadly attacks by suspected herders. Unpopular because he's not doing enough to stop the killings allegedly by each tribe. He's confirmed some Fulani herders responsible for killings in Kaduna made him more unpopular. Governorship political parties in the race, but the major contenders are Senator Ubasani of the APC, Ashiru Isa of the P, Jonathan Ashake of the, and Senator Suleiman Onkuyi of the NNA. Anointed candidate Rufai and Ashiru of the presidential election. Meanwhile, it's proved that it is not a site by its performance in the and legislative election 25 is that underestimates Labour Party in today's elections does so at its own peril. Unless Sani is 7 senator claim tickets introduced by selecting the current deputy governor Dr. Adisa Sabua as his running mate, this has not gone well with Christian in the states. United Southern Kaduna communities, of whom have claimed gender against Christians in the state. Therefore, Southern Kaduna will probably offer itself for any candidate who can convincingly prove that his government would represent a deeper from El style. Then comes Lagos, the home of the Jaga. Though he was declared with the recent presidential election, which is being challenged by his bot, the so-called godfather of Lagos, in Lagos, his own backyard, he lost Peter Obi of the Labour Party. Yes, with a lot of worries for his political dynasty, victory must have left a bitter taste in Tinubu's mouth because he demystified his influence in the current Lagos politics and somehow diminished his status in Nigeria's commercial capital in 2007. And if you are unsure of what is good, Lagos has got Babajide Sanwo-Olu gears up for the governorship election to secure a second term in office. Just check the governor's Twitter and really Lagosian he sees. Come to think of it, who would blame him? If Tinubu could not win the presidential election for himself in the state where he is believed to have the most, and it appears there has been an ugly election with the recent arson attacks, which is said to be dominated by Igbo people. The presidential election by latest Peter Obi, an Igbo man in Lagos, there has been tribal war on social media. Incidentally, the wife of Gbadebo's rival, the Labour Party governorship, unfortunately. There was Lagos before and during the February 25th presidential and legislative election. Tension already created media, especially between APC and security agencies must anticipate for the worst case scenario. Although many Nigerians do not pay much attention to this, by no means lesser in significant governorship election. So, it is also expected that the battle of the House of Assembly seats in various states, all leading parties in the presidency, PDP, Labour Party, expected to share themselves. Expected that many state lawmakers would lose, but as long as it is the will of the people and fair election, what can we say? Beauty of democracy.
My name is Malaki Uwu. Essentially, it is trying to note that Nigeria is still on course in our experience. In the sense that for decades now, we have practiced civil rules, coming from an intermittent of in the body polity of Nigeria. Nigeria has managed to record it is regrettable all that we witnessed with respect to the February 25th National Assembly in Nigeria. Now, that disappointment is anchored the assurances that the election management, albeit independent electoral commission under Professor Mahmoud, gave to the Nigerian people in terms. It was clear they didn't suffer any ambivalence. They were, in terms of assurances, we saw, regrettably, what characterized the election. Election materials, so that's humongous logistic problem. That perennial it does at major election or off-season election. I also saw technological glitches as full gaps and expertise, leveraging on technology, which has largely at the point where we needed it most to effectively transmit results of the election from the polling unit portal. The curiosity was the National Assembly members were not as problematic in terms of transmission as provided by the INEC guidelines. A source of worry. Says that supposing that it worked as planned, at least the extent of the assurances that were given, we would have recorded that it appears to whereas the way unable to travel that way. Another area of concern, of course, was the incidents of violence or recorded which was the whole case. The middle-aged woman who was also explain the resilience of the Nigerian people. They say the youth their country to retrieve, recover Nigeria from the decadent politics. And how did it play out? Woman was seriously stabbed in the face, almost lost her eye. Merely went and came back to the police center. I mean, I salute her courage, being part of the history of our. But not to say that because I'm my take. What's my direction? So that election also made very loud statements along the line that are about the possibility that are about to get it right. It was an election in which that you can no longer rely on money bags. Money played just oppose that. With the cases election in strategic political leaders, you will see that the money did not, it wasn't your pocket was, or that so many who had identified the Senate as a retiring lost fair and square. We can mention, including the G5 governors from some of Benue State, of Plateau State, through very young, relatively unknown faces. That was a plus. In short, the extent that people gave to the conduct of that election, considering that if it were the usual manipulation, you hardly would have the situation. This whole story about godfatherism capture, which very many things recognized as power blocks, so to speak. I mean, if you consider the fact a political party that has never won an election rode on the crest of the popularity of the Obi movement, or BDM movement as they call it, and defeated dominant political forces in their stronghold like Lagos. That was remarkable. Was it all that mattered? Certainly not. But it introduced a dimension, a narrative that can effectively politics stay at it, and then
my name is Development Consultant, Corporate Affairs Analyst, and columnist with the Punch.
INEC announced the result and nobody celebrated. I think that kind of sums up everything, really.
Controversy with beavers
about the election.
What
you think
currently obtains is lack of understanding
when elections have been this anticipated long
about the
and the context
of the bimodal voter.
Then when the results are announced, at least some people will be happy. And even if you're not, even if you're not on the side of that's been announced as winner, that at least you will express some relief that the tension is over, right? But this is the first time in Nigeria since presidential elections began in 1999 that nobody has dared celebrate the results of the elections. And in my own lifetime, I've seen every presidential election in Nigeria since 1999, although I was a kid since 1979, although I was a kid in 1979. And this is the first time in that period, okay, that there's been no celebration at all over that 45 or thereabouts year period. It's also the first time that the results were announced at night, about the time when witches and wizards are returning from the covens. All right, and I think there is not much else to say about it. It's it's also the first time that respectable people from around the world are unwilling to congratulate the winner, and even some people who have, like the former president of Liberia, Ellen Sirleaf Johnson, have had to delete their congratulations. It says a lot about what we have tried to do. But the dreadful thing about it, I think, is that more than any other thing, it's the willful and egregious manner in which the INEC under Professor Mahmoud has destroyed willfully and deliberately all of the progress that a generation of Nigerians has made trying to build up dependable electoral administration, particularly since Atahiru Jega, not Mahmoud, Atahiru Jega, since Atahiru Jega began in 2010 to try to transform that. In 2 election cycles, Mahmoud has totally destroyed, ruined all of that. And that's why what is done is unforgivable. I'm sorry. About money. Look, when people come, focus on the money, I think we miss the significance of what has happened. It is more than about money. It's about destroying the hopes of generations, because it's not just one generation. Okay? There were people in their 60s who were voting for the first time in this particular election. And I'm sure that those people would have been willing to accept defeat if the electoral administration was credible. And, I I use myself as an example. I have never supported Muhammadu Buhari. I will never support him. In 2015, I did not support him. I could never have supported him. But Muhammadu Buhari won cleanly and clearly in 2015. And when the results were announced in 2015, on an afternoon in 2015, all of us sat down, stood up and sang the national anthem. And I did, very happily. Right? Now, the point is that in an election, nobody is entitled to win an election, but everyone is entitled to believe that an election can be administered fairly and credibly. What INEC has done is destroy belief in the possibility of credible electoral administration, and with it destroy the faith of more than one generation in the possibility that the political process can yield credible outcomes and credible transition. That is worth more than 300 and whatever billion that people are talking about. And now many more young people in Nigeria are talking about how they are going to escape, how they are going to Japa, how they are giving up on the country. It's knocking the stuffing out of more than one generation. That's why this is that difficult. INEC was not, if you recall, my view was very clear that I was quite skeptical about the promises of INEC that everything was going to be hunky-dory and somehow we're all going to end up with a fantastic election. Now, first thing, the numbers have not come out. I've not yet, if they have, then I've not yet seen them. The tallies for the number of people who voted in the federal legislative elections, that is House of Representatives and the Senate. That's important to get. Because when you say BVAS worked and the accreditation part worked, then I would expect that in an election in which everyone voted on the same day, the numbers of people who voted in the federal parliamentary elections would not be substantially different. Of course, I'm not saying they would necessarily be the same, but the numbers of those who voted, when you add up all the turnout in all of the 109 National Assembly seats and 109 Senate seats and 360 House of Representatives seats, the numbers will not be significantly different from what you have in the presidential election. So if we are being told that BVAS worked, number one, you and I will have to believe that the number of people who turned up for this election was 27% of which is what INEC claims, right? Number two, the number of people who turned up will be exactly are approximately the same between the National Assembly elections and the presidential elections. Do you believe that? That's the problem. That look, this is my point. That we're not talking about just INEC and money. We're talking about INEC destroying willfully everything about elections, including the numbers that they've released, because almost assuredly, the numbers that INEC released of turnout bear no relationship to what happened on the day. By the way, I'm just addressing your point about BVAS. I've not talked about the interface, the BVAS IREV interface, which was quite manifestly subverted by human agency. And the only human agency that could have subverted it lies within INEC. And there is no way that the INEC chairperson could not have done that. And if you then therefore look at this, and then I think 3-4 days after the results were released, we then get told, oh, you know, a High Court decided in January that INEC can determine the nature of transmission of results. Of course, that's what the Electoral Act says, which is how INEC came to determine that results were going to be transferred digitally, right? with the Beavers device onto their so-called IREV. And then on the day, it was shut down. And rather than the chairperson investigate and determine how that had happened, he went on to start manufacturing numbers rather egregiously. That's the challenge here. I'm not quite sure. The evidence available at the moment shows that results were changed in a vast number of places. And because results were changed in a vast number of places, it is impossible for anyone to come up with that. I mean, in the only states that witnessed an increase in turnout relative to 2019, I believe, were Abia and Lagos states. In every other state, turnout was down, including in Anambra State, whose son Peter Obi was running, and Adamawa State, whose son Atiku Abubakar was running, and in Kano, whose son Rabiu Kwankwaso was running. And then all that they would have people believe is that the turnout in Lagos improved because of people from the southeast of Nigeria, which is quite nonsensical, because if the outcome in Lagos was as it was, or in all likelihood much better than they eventually manufactured and adapted it to, it can only be because of people who come from the southwest of Nigeria, not because of people who come from the southeast. But that's a different thing. But no, I don't have any basis for thinking that as you have acknowledged, the issue is more important. You know, everyone is trying to pass off this thing as some kind of as the result of some kind of circumstances. It is not. It is willful. The manufacture of numbers and the writing up of results that had nothing to do with what happened at the polling units is itself quite, or was itself quite deliberate. And this is a problem with our elections, that increasingly elections are being done as ritualistic, performative things, and in which the various components bear no relationship to one another. So the registration of voters bears no relationship to the number of people you've got. And you see it. They told us this amount of people collected PVC, right? Now, meanwhile, of the number 87 million or whatever, that goes back to 2010, 2011 when election registration started. Millions of those have died since then. No, it's not possible that those people collected. Dead people don't vote in Nigeria, supposedly. And therefore, all those millions, they tell you 87 or thereabouts million that collected PVC, over 20 million of them have died. If you just were to add up Nigeria's dead numbers, you know, annual death rate since 2011 in particular. So that's one. The number of people who vote bear no relationship to the number of people who are announced. And the number of people who turn out bear no relationship to turnout numbers. These guys have totally rendered the entire electoral value chain meaningless in Nigeria. So you can't even trust the statistics, the numbers that they produce, the electoral data. It's all quite, frankly, meaningless at this particular point. The public skepticism about the judiciary in Nigeria is very wide and very widely founded. People do not trust the judiciary, and for good reason. They've produced entirely fantastical outcomes recently, from anointing a man who came forth as the first to anointing people who did not at all run for primaries as candidates. the jurisprudence of the kinds of things Nigerian judges have been doing in elections would make Dr. Pella look like a choir boy. And the question whether the people who have been producing this kind of jurisprudence can be trusted to surprise us will only be left to them to decide. But you should also not forget something else, which is whatever happens, they will all live with the consequences of what they decide. I don't know, you would have seen judges, for instance, complaining about their pensions, right? A lot of judges retire and then start complaining that they did not pay their pensions, or they've not got their pensions 5 years later. And for some judges, 10 years, 15 years after they've retired, they get wheeled out in their advanced age. Some of them evidently quite ill, to go and collect, to go and identify themselves. And then the people complain on their behalf. I cannot complain on behalf of judges who have the opportunity to do the right thing and willfully decline to do so. Because when politicians who should not have been in office are wheeled into office on the basis of jurisprudence that should never come out of any court, what you have is that the judges who wheeled that person into office collected their benefits when they did it. That's sadly the situation. And by collecting their benefits when they did it, they gave up their rights to a life, a future life in safety, in security, and in dignity. So if that is what our judges want for themselves and for their grandchildren when they are very mature, by all means, let them inflict it on all of us. And because when they do, they're also inflicting it on themselves, and we're going to live with the consequences together. Frankly, you're asking the wrong person. You should ask Mahmoud Yakubu that question, because he's the cause of everything. I don't, I mean, you're asking me now, how do you placate Nigerians? Did I manufacture the results? And why should Nigerians be placated for their mandate having been burglarized? I don't know how anyone answers that kind of question, so I'm not even going to engage with it. And it is the burglarizing of elections that leads to what you call animosities. Nigerians have been voting. Mind you, Nigerians have been sleeping with one another for a long time. You know, we intermarry, we interdate, we intersleep, and all of that. I don't think intertribal warfare has not arisen as a result of that. Murtala Mohammed married an Ajoke. Obasanjo has children across the Niger. Azikiwe has relationships in Yoruba land, in Lagos, amongst others. Emeka Anyoku is married in Ogun State. Babangida is married in Asaba. Atiku's wife is from Osun State, right? Peter Obi is married outside Igbo land. Tinubu is married in Ishekiri land. No? So we have relationships that cross boundaries across Nigeria, boundaries of ethnicity, of religion, of faith, of creed. It is injustice that leads to what you're talking about. And so let us not create narratives that I suspect are not well-founded. In fact, in Southern Kaduna, there is Southern Kaduna elected an Ekene to the National Assembly, and he defeated somebody, he defeated a Balerebe. That's fact. So I think some of these assertions have also got to be looked at in the light of some of the realities that are not dependent on INEC's narrative or narrative manufactured by INEC. I think that's what I would say to that. In some places, the politicians have tried to whip up hate in order to suppress voting, to enable their thugs. That is true. But that was not because of animosity. That was manufactured hate. So I think it's important that we situate this within the larger narrative of the moment, rather than clutching at some straws, which I think some people would like us to do. Having talks to you about Dr. Pella here and Babalawos and about witches and wizards in one interview, I've got to say I'm none of those. So I cannot tell you what will happen in the immediate future. And what I can say is that people have quite clearly lost faith in the capacity of INEC to organize credible elections. And that, I think, was INEC's intention, because they wanted to create a domino effect after destroying people's faith in the governorship, in the presidential elections, for that to follow through so that you would have predictable, as in logical outcomes in the state level elections, which will follow the results they manufactured in the presidential elections. My hope is that people are going to defy them. That requires a lot of effort and a lot of organizing, and it's not going to be easy. But my hope is that people will defy them and continue to show up while people follow through on showing the evidence of their failure to comply with the Electoral Act in the elections that were organized on the 25th. All that people can do is to present the evidence. And quite clearly, it's easy to, I'm not going to sit down here and try to demonstrate to you how that easily is done, because those who manufactured it will then try to begin to configure the landscape to respond to that kind of thing. There will be time and place to do that. But for the elections coming up on Saturday, my hope is that people are going to be able to see that the country is being burglarized by a very narrow set of interests. Many of those interests have nothing to do with the public good. And Nigerians have to continue to resist those interests until such a time when, hopefully, Nigerians get exactly the leadership they demand, because when they deserve, because when they do that as Nigerians, or when we do that as Nigerians, whoever that person is legitimately elected. And I think I've got to make this point. It's not about about particular people. It's not about Tinubu or P2B or Atiku or Kwankwaso or whoever. It is that whichever one of those is entitled to be elected credibly. And when the reason is that when you lack legitimacy, as is very manifest, because if INEC had done something proper, they would have not announced their results at a few minutes before 4 a.m. in the morning. They would have announced it when people could own it. And so when now whoever is announced shows up to exercise power, they cannot do anything because they lack political capital. And at the first sign of taking a difficult decision, the country will turn on them. And there is nothing they can do after that, because how many people are you going to kill when that happens? So the country will wait for the thieves and the burglars who have done this at the appropriate time, and the consequences will be self-evident unless things get corrected and legitimacy is returned to the process. And until then, we'll continue to labor under our delusions.
Welcome back to Sahara TV, Gubernatorial and States House of Assembly's election 2023 coverage. These are special coverage, and with us in the studio today on Zoom, we have Maxwell Adile and Sega Awusoya, who will be joining us right after the top of the hour news. Again, these are the news stories that we're tracking at this point in time. Article Peter Obi says INEC's incompetence responsible for low voter turnout. Policeman, one other person shot in Ondo.
Hoodlums snatch ballot boxes in Governor Abiodun's hometown in Ogun. Article Peter Obi says INEC's incompetence responsible for low voter turnout. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, and his Labour Party's counterpart, Peter Obi, have decried the low voter turnout in Saturday's governorship and state assembly elections. While commenting on Saturday's governorship polls, Atiku said, sadly, there's a low voter turnout in today's election. No thanks to INEC's partisanship and incompetence that delivered the sham election on February 25. Obi, on the other hand, said people see that if their vote does not make any meaning, why do they have to come out and vote? 2 people, including a policeman, have been hit by stray bullets during the ongoing governorship and state assembly elections in Ondo State. The incident happened in Idori local government area of the town. The 2 victims are currently receiving treatment at an undisclosed hospital in the town. The cause of the shooting could not be ascertained as at the time of filing this report. Armed hoodlums are suspected to be political thugs also snatched ballot boxes at polling unit 5 and ward 3 amid sporadic gunshots in the Aigbami area of Ikperu-Remo, Kene local government area of Ogun. This is the hometown of Governor Dapo Abiodun. The ballot boxes were snatched during Saturday's governorship and Houses of Assembly elections. The hoodlums invaded the polling unit on motorcycle and started shooting into the air. These are the news that we are tracking at the moment. We will be right back. Please stay tuned.
We're glad to have you. Oh, Maxwell.
Yeah, it's a player. I'm happy to be
Maxwell, let me start with you. What's your assessment of the electoral process so far?
To be very frank and sincere, I'm not currently in Nigeria. I'm in the UK. I've been monitoring what is going on at home since daybreak. It's quite unfortunate that despite the promises made by INEC to ensure not only INEC, including the Nigerian government, the police, the Nigerian military, civil defense, DSS, what I've been observing empirically since daybreak is quite unfortunate. In Lagos, I've seen people gunned down for either attempting to snatch ballot boxes or being gunned down for snatching ballot boxes by the people. I have seen people gunned down in Oyo, I've seen people gunned down in Ondo, I've seen people killed in Benue, Boko in Benue. Come on, we still have a long way to go.
I
condemn especially in Lagos State. Let me put aside my personal interest. Let me put aside my personal interest now. What is going on in Lagos State is sad for democracy. And it stands condemnable by every man and woman of good conscience. And it's quite unfortunate. It is quite unfortunate. It is quite unfortunate.
All right, Maxwell, let's leave it at that. Shaga, you're in Nigeria, you're in Lagos to
Yeah.
precise at this point, and you are actually at your polling unit at this point in time. How do you feel about this election so far?
Well, so far, because I understand what happens in postmodernistic age, where most of the times the things we get from secondhand information or the things we hear people report tends to be the reason behind us generalizing and trying to say that because of the report that we've gotten, every other thing must have been mad as well. We have been, as an organization, in conjunction with the NUT Association, the president is here, and the leaders of a lot of organizations in Ikorodu West LGA. And we've gone round and all, everything is peaceful. The people are orderly. The election went, it was free and fair. It was counted, and people were happy with the result and the outcome. You know, earlier on in some places, we heard skirmishes of people who were saying that some people were preventing them from voting. And when we got there, the leaders of different organizations and all bound together to say, look, we are all citizens of this country. Everybody must be able to exercise their franchise. And we can see the result is being counted even as I speak, and we can see all political parties having their fair share, with those who have done their homework, you know, actually having the upper hand. I must say something, because in Nigeria, we are used to passing the buck or sending blames to places and all. We, as members of society, are really the problem. You cannot incite yourself and bring prejudice to the ground and then blame INEC for whatever it is that happens there. INEC is not in charge, you know, of your security or any other thing. The security operators are there, but we must also learn to be able to govern our people. At least from all the places that we've been to, there have not been any signs of violence. There have been disagreements, but we've been able to use alternative dispute resolution methods to calm the nerves of the people. They have voted, their vote counts, and everybody is happy. So I've gone around 16 polling units around this area, Ikorodu West local government, and I can attest, and I can say to you categorically that everything went well and it's all good from this area. I've not been reading the news because I'm on the field, so I don't know what is happening out there. But if there are violence anywhere, we condemn it as well. Thank you, sir.
In previous election, I'm still on to you, Sega Awusonya. In previous elections, we've witnessed violence. Have Nigerians learned the lessons, any lessons, and are citizens disillusioned with the outcome?
Well, in previous election, the presidential election, what happened was that there was the usual I would say complacency of political parties that have assumed that, oh, they own the floor and they're going to always have their sway. But they're realizing that the people have a mind of their own, and they have seen a method or a way in which they can express themselves through their vote by showing their discontent through their vote. The politicians and the people themselves, they are waking up. And a lot of people are taking responsibility for themselves and by themselves. I'll give you an example, a typical example. When it was beginning to sound like, because of the activities of certain political parties, sound like certain people are coming to come and take their turf, so to say, quote and unquote, a lot of people have decided to put themselves together, find themselves together to make sure every single person in the society or community that has a card comes out to vote. And we had a wonderful turnout here. You can see, you can hear the rejoicing sound of people here because they are happy that they came out, and they are happy that their franchise were allowed to be displayed, to demonstrate, to be executed, and at the end of the day, they are getting the result for their outing. So those who said that outing was poor and all was probably people who have incited the public and are afraid of the repercussion of such. So I really want to say that Nigerians, we owe ourselves the responsibility to comport and conduct ourselves responsibly in society, regardless of our political party. Political party affiliation should not be an identity politics that tends to make us feel that once our candidates win, that we're going to have a different citizenship from other people who are in the same country. So we have to be responsible to ourselves. Our security operatives are already won and drawn. So we cannot continue to say or blame them for lapses when we have not even given them facilities to be able to operate better, especially when we incite ourselves. So this is exactly what we're saying, that we all have the responsibility, and we are not supposed to be pointing fingers at authorities. They've done their best and they are all stretched. Thank you.
All right, Maxwell, let's get your take on the irregularities observed so far in some quarters.
Thank you very much. I have videos, at least I have about 27, I have 27 videos with me. I am not saying that the election has been characterized by violence everywhere. It would be unfair to say that. But if I say I have 27 videos from Jodu, Kenya, Agege, Satellite Town, First Stack, sorry, that's First Stack area. I have one from Sherry, Kosofiasis, K2, Shomolu. I have videos of, I have a video where a guy, okay, that one is in Goku, Benue, where a soldier, where a dog was gunned down by a soldier. I'm not particularly referring to Lagos, I'm talking generally about, I think this program is about governorship election in Nigeria, not in Lagos State. So I'm talking generally about Nigeria. I only made a reference to what I saw in Lagos because I presume Lagos is very unique enough. It's very cosmopolitan with with exposed people, and I expect a level of decency compared to what to the parochialism we have in the north. So that's why I say I'm particularly disappointed what I have seen so far in Lagos. So I think, firstly, I think the turnout, based on what I gathered so far, the turnout so far is better than that of the presidential election. Maybe I think people said they want a change of government as well, but it's been we all know the last 2 weeks have been characterized by campaign on ethnicity and religion sentiment, and which to me, if I don't want to prejudice, but I think it has actually worked for those who unleashed the campaign in Lagos. But generally, personally, I will not pretend. I have my personal interest in Lagos, and based on results so far, my personal candidate is winning, but I cannot be jubilating that my candidate is winning under an illegitimate circumstances. When you have legitimacy, a democracy, when you win a position of power through an illegitimate means, you are not. It means you are not a representative of the people. You are a representative of the people if you are legitimately voted for, if you are legitimately accepted by the people. So I actually, there's nothing the deal has been done, but I wish we grew up. I wish we grew up. I wish we grew up, I say again, from this politics of casterism, hooliganism, ballot box snatching. There's no way. Look at them. Like I said, I'm in the UK. You get to some places in the UK, you wonder if you are in Oshodi. You wonder if you are in Marine. And I'm serious, filled with Nigerians. And see Nigerian PhD other professors working as stewards, caregiver, here in the UK, professor, at least I've seen more than 10 professors who are working as stewards, who are working as caregiver, who are working there is a particular professor who is working as a cleaner in the supermarket. Why are we experiencing failure of governance? Because we have a democracy that has enthroned bad people, unqualified people, unmerited, appetitive idiots. So we cannot continue like this. We cannot continue. Let me tell you something. There is no way, regardless of the decent infrastructures we have here, there is no way you can compare Nigeria with the UK. You will see a British citizen say, I think maybe you want me to stop there.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll still get back to you.
Whatever we are witnessing today is as a result of the decision we made to complete the election. That's all.
Sega, from your perspective, what's your takeaway from this election? What lessons Nigerians learn? And what will you suggest going forward? Assuming you are appointed as the chairman of Nigeria Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Recommend based on what you have observed. You need to unmute.
Yeah, I think the most important thing we need to understand with what the gaps that we found in this current election is the fact that voter education is very important. Political parties and their leaders, most of the time, you get very disappointed in them in the interpretation of the law or of what they are seeing on ground based on as interpreted based on their selfish interest. And there are certain things that you expect that they ought to know better, when they express these things, because they have seen how personal election has become for people. And so with that, people feel that if their party has been marginalized, they have been personally marginalized. And you see that in action when they come to the polling unit to meet other people with other interests. So I believe voter education is very important, especially by INEC, to tell them how their processes work, so that people are not going to be saddled with the interpretation of what the law says per se, or the conundrum within the interpretation of law, which normal citizens may probably not understand. Processes as a were to a lot of people will mean if INEC did not upload the results as they are happening in the polling unit, it means they have not been transparent, which is not the meaning of the law, which is not what it means. So people need to understand this so that we don't abuse the judicial process when people are coming with mundane or wrong interpretation to all this and inciting the people, making them feel our elections are not free and fair simply because we don't have live scoreboard. That is not what determines the credibility of an election. Because at every unit, as you can hear in the background, there are checks and balances. At the polling unit, at the ward unit, at the local government, at the state collection center, before it goes to the national collection center. And every political party have their agents here signing against the result before they are transmitted at every corner, at every checks and balances position. So it is not true that political parties actually don't know, or they have been kept in the dark, or they don't know what has happened in any polling unit, in any ward, in any state, or at the national collection. So there are so many things that have been hidden under the deliberate propaganda and the rest, just to make the people angry against the system. So the system is trying its best, the police are trying their best, and we need to do more education. INEC themselves need to do more. A lot is expected of them. This is 2023. You need to speak more to the people. You need to be more transparent to the people. And you need to clarify the things that you say so that people can understand and not waste our judicial slots in stupid arguments that will continue to cause strain between citizens within the same nation. So I want to believe that we are moving. I want to believe that we are progressing. And I want to also believe that things will get better as we proceed. But today's election, as you were...
Let me quickly ask Sega, before I get back to Maxwell. Sega, is Big Viewers working where you are, and
Yes.
results are being electronically transmitted?
So we're here, Beavers is working. Also, most of us were accredited. We went through the accreditation, and the process was smooth. What is happening now is they are counting the results. Agents will eventually, when they finish counting, sign against the final result, and they will take the picture, hold it as an evidence, and then when it is posted and uploaded, they will verify what they have in their hands, what we have all seen here, and what has been posted. So that way, we are certain that what we witnessed here is exactly what has been transmitted, onto whether the scoreboard or what has been read, at the National Collation Center. So we are monitoring every aspect of this, and that is where the process is, and that is where the transparency is, and that is what this process is all about. It's not just what is on the website, but what has been checked at various levels. So as you can hear, people are here. It is a democratic thing. INEC is counting. People are counting along with them. And once it's done, agents will sign against it. And we are monitoring the whole system. So there's nothing shrouded in secrecy.
Okay. Thanks, Sega. Maxwell, what's your recommendation based on what you have observed so far with the electoral umpire?
Me, I'm a very practical person. It is not true that there is violence everywhere. It is not true that voters are not being allowed to vote everywhere. But I am saying there's no justification for talks, hoodlums, walking majestically, freely on an election day, threatening that threatening to burn down houses, kill people, maim people who would not be voting for a particular tribe or candidate. No. At least it is visible to the blind and audible to the deaf. We have all the videos. And again, we should stop blaming INEC. You see, INEC will not stop people, cannot stop violence. It is we, the people, that can stop violence. INEC cannot. Is it INEC that will stop vote buying? No. It is we, the people. It is the political players, the political gladiators. So it is this is the government that should possibly, as an institute, or enact a law that will criminalize vote buying. To me, that is the panacea. That is the only way we can get out of this quagmire. A law to criminalize vote buying should be made possible, and possibly an electoral affairs commission that will have the same power like EFCC should be promulgated to possibly ensure this issue of vote buying is criminalized. By the time we start, people have been sent to jail, 10 years, 15 years jail for buying votes, or both for buying votes and collecting money from politicians on election. Maybe we'll start learning our lesson. So it has, like I said, the deed has been done. We have been talking about reform. I started voting in 2003 election. At least, and ever since, it's been reform, electoral reform, and the more we reform it, the more violence, the more. So before it used to be outright ballot box snatching, but now we have a mixture of ballot box snatching and vote buying, where you cannot snatch ballot boxes, you buy voters.
All right, we're almost rounding up. We have just.
We cannot continue like this. We cannot continue like this.
Let me just ask these final questions, and you both have 2 minutes to respond to this. Let me start with Sega. It appears President Muhammadu Buhari will be leaving behind a legacy of high inflation, high unemployment level, economic inequality, political corruption, and huge debt. What do you think should be the low-hanging fruits that the incoming administration should pluck in order to confront the economy?
Okay. Am I to go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think there's nothing that we have defined as a problem of Nigeria that cannot be solved. First, we're talking about insecurity. So a lot of people, a few months back, a few weeks back, a few quarters back, we cannot say that election we hold in Nigeria because of the nature of what we will be hearing and all. And there is no polling unit today that we heard that they detonated a bomb and they killed everybody at the polling unit or this and that and that. Election is holding and insecurity has gone on holiday while election is happening. So it tells you that majority of our problems are political. And when I mean political, it means it is either the delegation or the level at which people jettison their personal responsibility in holding those in power to account enough to get them to do certain things. In this country, we have been told, or we have been wired to believe that unless we burn tire, unless we demonize ourselves, unless we cause problem in society using grants from outside the country, we cannot get anything done. But just a few days ago, you heard that President Muhammadu Buhari have signed some bills into law. And one of them is the ability of the states now to generate and transmit power. This has been something that people have been talking about for a long time. So when we say reform does not mean that the moment it's triggered, everything changes overnight. No, it starts with the law. You have to look at the extant laws that are available, the ones that needs to be repealed and replaced. Then once those things have been done, we can now begin to trace the way and manner in which it will be implemented. And after the implementation, we monitor the changes that have been recorded. And then we know what to do with the gaps that are involved. So as a way, I believe the new administration will have a lot on their hands with the law that have been signed already, and they will be able to do a lot if there is the political will there. Because the attitude that we normally have as a people is when we vote somebody with a majority vote and all, we become politicians ourselves and start defending them online instead of holding them to account.
That's
Why
the
we are
more
not
important
politicians.
thing. Thank you, Sega. If I allow you to go on, you might not allow us to run up. I still have Maxwell to give his last comments on this.
I think there is inflation everywhere. There is inflation everywhere. If you remove the infrastructures available here in the UK, the inflation in the UK is even more than the inflation in Nigeria.
Yeah.
That's a statement of fact. So we should not think it is all over for Nigeria. The problem in Nigeria is a solvable. The problem in Nigeria is solvable. If we want elect good leaders, ensure we have leaders who are passionate about development. We should not elect rulers. We should elect leaders. So I think I want to align with the affirmations of Mr. Osoya that Boko Haram is currently on holiday in the north in Borno and Jigawa, Katsina. Everywhere is peaceful. Just to tell you that the problem of Nigeria, we Nigerians are the problem of Nigeria. So God will give Nigeria the grace to have people who love them, and I wish Nigeria the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxwell. Sega, we appreciate that having the time to talk with us, despite the fact that you had the polling unit. We appreciate you both.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Great Sahara TV will be going on a break and we'll be right back. Please stay tuned.
Name is a professor of sociology from the University of where I have rendered services, teacher, as a head of the and as a former dean of the Faculty of Social, who I have a national commission independent national election between the year 2010 and 2015. Since the University of Lagos and right and get engaged in non-governments to pay back to society that have given me so much opportunity in my active life. My name is Professor of Sociology from the University of Lagos, rendered services as a teacher, as a head of the department, and as a former dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences. At the national level, I had been a national commissioner with the Independent National Electoral
Back to Sahara TV live coverage of the 2023 Gubernatorial State Houses of Assemblies elections. And with us in the studio on Zoom is Haruna Mohammed of Wiki Times. He was based in Bauchi. He was arrested in the last presidential elections, and he's here to give us reports about happenings in Bauchi. Haruna, how are you feeling now?
I'm good. Thank you for having me.
Oh, great. It's good to have you join us.
Thank you.
Haruna, could you tell us what's been happening now at in Bauchi? What's the report like as far as the election process is concerned?
Yeah, even though I'm not in Bauchi, I'm outside Bauchi at the moment, but I've been monitoring situation from Bauchi. I don't know if you could still hear me.
I don't know, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
All right, please go ahead.
Yeah, so like I was saying, I'm out of Bauchi at the moment, but I've been monitoring situation from Bauchi.
The governorship election is here, and so are the political battles to decide the second round of Nigeria's general elections. Since 1999, Lagos has been under the control of a political class that bows to only one man, Bola Tinubu. And for the first time, the Lion of Bodilon may face his biggest battle yet to retain control of his backyard, Lagos. But surely, Tinubu can't be the only one having sleepless nights worrying over how to ensure they maintain a tight grip on their states or political domains. In Kano and Kaduna, northwest Nigeria, Governors Abdullahi Ganduje and Nasir El-Rufai respectively must be feeling the heat as well. The G5 governors in Rivers, Oyo, Benue, Abia and Enugu have given themselves something to ponder upon ahead of the governorship elections after openly demarcating the presidential candidate of their party, the PDP, over an internal crisis. Let's start with Oyo State, where the governor, Seyi Makinde, one of the G5 governors or members of the Integrity Group, as they would like to be called, may have beaten more than he can chew. He probably didn't bargain for collateral damage when he joined four other PDP governors to demarcate his party's presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar. Makinde's tacit support for Tinubu in the presidential election ensured the APC candidate won the state. But the APC has not stopped there. There are 3 senatorial districts and 14 constituencies in Oyo State. APC won all 3 senatorial seats and 8 of the 14 House of Reps seats, leaving Makinde's party.
Welcome back to Sahara TV live coverage of the 2023 Gubernatorial and State Houses of Assembly elections here in Nigeria. With us on Zoom is Haruna Mohammed, Wiki Times, based in the Bauchi. Haruna, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thank you for having me.
Could you tell us, give us an update and overview of what is happening in Bauchi at this point?
Thank you so much. So like I started saying before the technical glitches, I'm not in Bauchi at the moment. I have to leave Bauchi for my safety because of the incident of the last election. So, but to answer your question, I've been monitoring events from Bauchi, and I can tell you that the elections are ongoing peacefully in most part of the state. The only thing that drew my attention is the low turnout of voters, particularly within the metropolis And as a result of the growing incidences of violence in Bauchi, particularly within the metropolis and in the Alkaleri local government where the state governor comes from. And yeah, we had also other incidences from Akuyam, that's Mr. LGA, where the state party chairman of these incidences of violence. Many people are scared to come out to cast their vote because they wouldn't know what will happen to them when they come out to cast their vote. For somebody who understands Bauchi very well, there is a popular gang called the Sara Suka. These are politically motivated talks or sponsored talks that unleash mayhem on people. Most of the times voting is taking place. So many people are saying they wouldn't want to come out to vote because of this gang group that usually unleash mayhem on them. And as a result of that, we are witnessing a low turnout of voters in many parts of Bauchi.
Hear me?
I can't hear you. Come again.
All right. All right. We're talking about, you've analyzed the fact that there are politically motivated violence. Concerns from INEC.
My name is Chidi. INEC announced the results at night and nobody celebrated. I think that kind of sums up everything, really, about the election. You would like to think that, I mean, when elections have been this anticipated for this long and the contest supposedly as keen, then when the results are announced, at least some people will be happy. And even if you're not, even if you are not on the side of that's been announced as winner, that at least you will express some relief that the tension is over, right? But this is the first time in Nigeria since presidential elections began in 1999 that nobody has dared celebrate the results of the elections. And in my own lifetime, I've seen every presidential election in Nigeria since 1999, although I was a kid since 1979, although I was a kid in 1979. And this is the first time in that period, okay, that there's been no celebration at all over that 45 or thereabouts year period. It's also the first time that the results were announced at night, about the time when witches and wizards are returning from the covens. All right? And I think there is not much else to say about it. It's, it's also the first time that respectable people from around the world unwilling to congratulate the winner. And even some people who have, like the former president of Liberia, Ellen Sirleaf Johnson, have had to delete their congratulations. It says a lot about what we have tried to do. But the dreadful thing about it, I think, is that more than any other thing, it's the willful and egregious manner in which the INEC under Professor Mahmoud has destroyed willfully and deliberately all of the progress that a generation of Nigerians has made trying to build up dependable electoral administration, particularly since Atahiru Jega, not Mahmoud, Atahiru Jega, since Atahiru Jega began in 2010 to try to transform that. In 2 election cycles, Mahmoud has totally destroyed, ruined all of that. And that's why what is done is unforgivable. I'm sorry. About money.
Of APC, they just came to destroy everything now in the presence of the police force. We are here now. But notwithstanding, we will bring everything out, we will continue the process here, and we will count everything and make sure that our votes count. Because they saw that Labour Party is winning here. This place is for Labour Party. They just came to destroy everything now. We are not deterred. We will make sure we pick it up dry.
And one of them said it was yours. And one gentleman in Afro with glasses came later and started pointing at me. So you should be ashamed of yourself. So ashamed of yourself.
And count our votes. We are here.
Take note.
They just came now.
Look at the time.
They just came and
no election takes place for here. I'm going to come here to stop election. Carry ballot box, come on.
Even today, Trump.
Why is this looking me? Look at my eyes.
When we vote number 1, they're not going to count our votes. That's what we vote for. They're going to put another person. That's the one we don't need. Now that they put. Instead of that one, we market women, we don't go vote. All these big men were there for Nigeria,
This my polling unit 016 at Jeremy. Out of APC, they just came to destroy everything now in the presence of the police force. We are here now. But notwithstanding, we will bring everything out, we will continue the process here, and we will count everything and make sure that our votes count. Because they saw that Labour Party is winning here. This place is for Labour Party. They just came to destroy everything now. We are not deterred. We will make sure we pick it up, dry it, and count our votes. It will not be destroyed. We are here. Just capture it.
Then go to here now. Then go. We go know what is there.
They just destroyed our box, everything. They just came now. At unit 016 Mood District. They just came and destroyed everything now. Because PO was winning here. 016 at Jeremy Felodu. They just destroyed everything now.
Yes, so you don't set. Me not come outside. Now, Papa, we don't go vote. Another craze. Hold on. We go vote. If they don't want me to do election, we don't go do election. Another craze. The bastard people them. When I get the country.
Don't go vote. Somebody vote here.
Vote for no voting. No voting took place on here. Peter, sir. Peter. Bastard. Merci. No police unit. Look at the time. Look at the time. No election take place on here. I'm going to come here, come disrupt election. Carry ballot box, come out. Internet.
They destroyed my side mirrors, hit my car. I don't even know. But why not up? Why not up? Now why? I don't even know the extent of the damage to the car, but I just ran out for my life because they were bringing out knives. They wanted to stab me and all of that. Thank God I came with some people to help me. So I'm driving.
That guy go pull out.
Who did you give? Oh God, guys! Oh my God! Oh my God!
The guy was with a pistol, right?
Yes, he was trying to bring out something. So it was the knife that was the distraction.
So I'm going over to where the army are because we went to turn at VGC. I'm going to go and tell them not to stop. Okay. God, I'm tired of these things. I don't even know what to say. I'm tired. I'm tired.
Situation room, I've been attacked. I'm at Obiago Primary School, and I've been attacked. Yes, I'm reporting from Employee Unit Obiago Council. Yes, I've been attacked by one of the agents of, I don't know him, but the army people are here, and they have been able to quell the situation. He beat me. Look at my eyes. Look at my eyes. I don't know if I saw civil defense and some people. Yes, the army are here. They have been able to quell the situation.
Look at Nigerian police. Look at them. Look at them. You will die there, Mumu. You will die there. Don't give him any first aid. You will die there. No, it's a lie. It's a lie, you stupid people. One person has been shot dead. One person has been shot dead. Look at. One person has been shot dead. Very good.
And your political agents, they are aware of it. We are not uploading.
That means no need to say the
Yes. We are not uploading. If you want us to vote, we will vote you now. But if you don't want us to vote you, no problem. We are not uploading. We are not uploading.
This video is calling out the chairman of Etiosa local government area, Rashidat Adu. You came here this morning. You came to rile the people from your local government against me. I don't know what I did to you, maybe because I told you of the last time. You came here, you were issuing instructions to you. Maybe you thought I don't hear Yoruba, and one of them said they will slap me. Then one gentleman in Afro with glasses came later and started pointing at me. So you should be ashamed of yourself. You should be so ashamed of yourself. I'm calling you out, Rashidat Adu. You should be very, very ashamed of yourself. And this is a note to you. You don't even know anything. This country, this Lagos, belongs to everybody. It doesn't matter that the local government is down the road from here. You come here and you rile people, and your people were shouting slogans here in this place. Take notes. Take note. I thought your brain was sharper than that. I thought.
From all over Lagos, we are getting distressing reports of voter intimidation, voter suppression. Really, in Apapa, an agent was shot and he's dead. And the worrying thing about this is that INEC and the police have shown to be complicit in this. Now, the reason why we're doing this video is it's important that INEC and the police realize that they are provoking Lagosians right now. And if tonight, Lagos catches fire, it will not be because it's our fault. It's because they did not do the right thing. INEC still has hours to do the right thing. A lot of people will be able to, with the help of security agencies, calm down a lot of areas. But a lot of areas are still under intense attacks by thugs and hooligans of the APC. I call on INEC, most especially, and the police, not to set Lagos on fire. This is a state that houses 22 million people. Having that many people angry because of their disenfranchised is not something that Nigeria needs right now. So I call on the INEC rec and everybody involved in this election to make sure they do the right thing and create at least the perception and the actuality of a free and fair election.
Why is this slapping me? Look at my eyes. Yes, so you don't set. Me not come outside. Now, Papa, we don't go vote. Eh? Another craze. Hold on. We go vote. If they don't want me to do election, we don't go do election. Another craze. The bastard people them. When I get the country.
Don't go vote.
Vote for it. No voting. No voting took place on here. Peter. Sir. Peter. Bastard. Nice. No police unit. Look at the time. Look at the time. No election take place on here. I'm going to come here, come disrupt election. Carry ballot box, come out. You can't.
Look at Nigerian police. Look at them. Look at them. You will die there, Mumu. You will die there. Don't give him any first aid. You will die there. No, it's a lie. It's a lie, you stupid people. up there. Very good.
Bastard, you go die here today.
Everything. I'm driving when I had to run out. They destroyed my side mirrors, hit my car. I don't even know. But why not up? Why not up? Now why? I don't even know the extent of the damage to the car, but I just ran out for my life because they were bringing out knives. They wanted to stab me and all of that. Thank God I came with some people to help me. So I'm driving.
That guy go pull out that.
Who did you give? Oh God, guys! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Do that.
The guy was with pistol, right?
Yes, he was trying to bring out something. So it was the knife that was the distraction.
So I'm going over to where the army are because we went to turn at VGC. I'm going to go and tell them don't stop. Go. Okay. God, I'm tired of these things. I don't even know what to say. I'm tired.
All right, thank you for joining us and staying around. We've been talking to Mr. Aruna Mohammed. He is the director, Wiki Times Bauchi, and we still have him online. Hello, Mr. Haruna.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Before the break, you were talking about the low turnout and all. Please, can you continue?
Yeah, absolutely. So I was saying there are a low turnout of voters across many polling units in Bauchi State today, and I was attributing it to the pre-election incidences of violence that have been recorded in most part of the state. You may recall that in Al-Kaleri local government, for example, where the state governor Bala Mohammed comes from, there were incidences involving, the APC, where one person was killed when the APC governorship candidate was in Duguri to campaign. And there were incidences in Akuyam, Misau local government area, the home state of the PDP chairman of Bauchi State, where somebody was equally killed during campaign. So these kind of incidences, for example, culminated into demotivating voters to actually come out to vote today, because many of them were saying they were hesitating to come out to vote because the tensions are high in Bauchi. Politicians are so desperate, they wouldn't know what will happen when they come out to vote. So most of them were turning out those incidences as reasons why they wouldn't want to come out to vote. So, and of course, we have seen it happen today. There are very many incidences of low turnout of voters across polling units in the state.
All right, thank you, Mr. Aruna. All right, could you take us back a bit? Tell us about your experience in the hands of the state government during the last election.
Yeah, thank you so much. Many people who knows Wiki Times and myself have relocated out of Bauchi for so long because of the very many incidences of threats to my life and all that as a result of the kind of journalism we do. So before the elections, we have been having series of editorial meetings trying to plan how to cover the election effectively, and Bauchi being our base. Of course, we were planning with our small team how to cover the state effectively, and of course, liaise with other journalists and other reporters to ensure that we have given Bauchi and other states in the Northeast effective coverage. So we assessed the whole situation, and the newsroom agreed that I could come back at least for the purpose of the election on elections day. So I came back to Bauchi a day to election. I even had a training with journalists and other civil society organizations where I trained them on how to effectively cover the election. So after assessing the whole situation, I thought it wasn't safer for me to drive my car, cover the elections alone. So I thought of joining other journalists in the state. So I concluded that I would join the Correspondence Chapel. They had buses that were stationed to move around, cover all the senatorial districts of the state. So I arrived at the Bauchi NUJ late on the elections day, in the morning of the elections day. So the only bus that was left was heading to Bauchi South. And Bauchi South, coincidentally, also houses Al-Kaleri local government, that's the hometown of Bala Mohammed. So we were on our way to Al-Kaleri, even though we arrived at Duguri very late. So Duguri is the hometown of the state governor. He has already cast his ballot. He has even granted interviews to his own press script. So we arrived lately. He was about to even leave. So when we arrived, we quickly went to him and asked him to grant us interview, which he agreed. So we interviewed him successfully. And as has been the tradition, after interviewing a prominent personality, journalists will move around, conduct interviews with the electorate, with the voters, to try to find out the situation and all that. So every journalist was moving around. Some were taking pictures, some were doing vox pops. So I saw a group of women, by the side in their numbers. So I was thinking it was even a polling unit. So I approached them. As soon as they saw my press tag, they approached me telling me that, look, we are not going to vote today. We had issues. We have several complaints to make. So curiously, I asked them what their complaint was. They started lamenting and all that. So I requested if I could tape them so that I'll be able to, we'll be able to exactly document and publish their lamentations and all that, which they agreed. Some of them were telling me, look at this young graduate among us. Bala Mohammed is our son. He's from this place. We have submitted CVs several times looking for job and all that. None of those things are happening. In fact, even of the recent empowerment programs he has done across Bauchi State, some of us were skimmed out completely. He is our son. He is a son of the soil. But look at what is happening to us. So why should we come out and vote? That was their complaints most of the time. And of course, this is my work as a journalist, to be able to interview and listen to others, give voice to the voiceless and all that. So, while I was doing that, I didn't know that there were talks around who were watching me interviewing those women. So as soon as I was done, those talks approached me, forcefully. They were trying to even grab my phone. They said, why are you here interviewing these women? Are you trying to shame the governor in his hometown and all that? So I realized it was a very terrible situation. I tried to de-escalate them by telling them, you guys don't have to worry. I belong to the governor's press crew. I wouldn't do anything that will undermine him. I was trying to play safe and de-escalate. So at a point, they agreed that, oh, well, this guy may be part of the governor's press crew. We don't think he will do something that will undermine the government. So I successfully de-escalated. I was, in fact, heading to the direction of other journalists. So unknown to me, the governor's security details were already alerted that, look, this guy is here and he has been interviewing these women. So we fear that he may, publish those videos and they will amount to shaming the governor in his hometown. So the governor's security detail approached me and grabbed my phone. They asked me to unlock it. So I did that. The man was just dragging me to the direction of the governor. He was telling me, you will go and explain to the governor why you are in his hometown, try to embarrass him. I said, look, I wasn't embarrassing the governor. I was just doing my job as a journalist to be able to hear from these voters. That is the tradition. That is our culture. We shouldn't just interview prominent personalities or the governor and just move away. It is our culture. It is our job to also hear from the electorate. And that was exactly what I was doing. He said, no. We know you. We know your history. We know what you are capable of doing. So let us go and explain to the governor. He was just dragging me forcefully towards the governor. So he entered the room where the governor was sitting with my own phone. I was outside. I was equally being interrogated by other security details of the governor. So those talks that saw me doing the interview came back. Before you could say anything, those talks just started beating me left, right, and center with everything they had at their disposal, until I was weeks away by the security by police to Al-Kaleri police station, where I was held there for hours, while the security details of the governor was still holding my phone with the governor. So he later came back to the police station, where they took me straight to the criminal investigations department of the police headquarters in Bauchi. It was like a joke. I was thinking they would just probably interrogate me. Fine, these videos were still in my phone. I haven't released them to anybody. They were not yet published. I was thinking the worst thing that could have happened is to say, oh, look, we don't like these interviews you have conducted. We don't want you to broadcast these videos. Simply delete them. At least I would have expected them to do it that way. These videos are not out in public domain yet. So you have shown me that you don't like them. Simply ask me to delete them and allow me go. They didn't do that. And of course, one will understand why they wouldn't want to do that. Prior to the elections, we have done series of reporting that they were not happy with. So for them, it was an opportunity to do what they wanted to do. And at the end of the day, they succeeded in doing what they wanted to do by holding me for 5 days and even taking me to prison until I was granted bail by a magistrate court. So in summary, that was what happened to me during the presidential election.
Mr. Arono, how do you feel right now after this audio?
Well, it's very sad. It's very annoying. It's traumatizing. You know, my mother was crying throughout the period I was held in detention. My wife fell sick. My family were devastated completely. And as I'm speaking to you, up to now, my mom, my wife are yet to recover from the trauma. In fact, I was in detention, but those guys, my loved ones, were more affected psychologically. You know, not only that, the police is still holding onto my phone as we speak, even though there is a court order asking them to release my phone, but they haven't done that. So, I mean, to put in the whole of this into context, it boils down to the fact that press freedom of the press in Nigeria is generally nothing to write home about. The state agents, people in positions of power could trample upon journalists, could dehumanize us at any time, and they feel they will do this and go scot-free. But because over time they have done these kind of things repeatedly and they have gone scot-free without being held to account. I strongly believe that is a motivating factor for them to continue to do what they are doing to other journalists. And of course, we are seeing what we are seeing in this country. It's pathetic, it's sad. It underscores that our democracy is still very fragile. It underscores that a whole lot of people are working day in, day out to undermine journalism, to undermine freedom of the press, to undermine our democracy. The governor, for example, has repeatedly, clamped down on journalists, on dissenting voices. There was a time when he threatened to excommunicate a Daily Trust reporter for asking a critical question. He has arrested dissenting voices who opposed him on social media simply for posting on their social media handles that, look, things are not going the way they are supposed to go. We are not happy with some of your policy approaches and all that. For dissenting, for doing constructive criticism, the governor has clamped down on people, not even journalists or social media activists, including imams, including religious leaders who have dissented, who have in someone issued statements, made public pronouncements alluding to the fact that so many things are going on wrong in Bauchi State and calling on the attention of the governor to look into them and correct them. The governor has descended on them heavily using state instruments. It's pathetic, it's uncalled for, it's so annoying. This is not democracy. This is dictatorship in practice.
We sincerely sympathize with you, Mr. Arono. What would you suggest as a way forward, a solution to what we've described as, dictatorship, like you mentioned?
Well, there is no one-way approach to address this. I believe many entities, many organizations, many individuals and groups have to align to be able to remain resilient. In other words, we have to develop resilient mechanisms to confront these forces of evil that consistently work to undermine our democracy. I believe it is in our individual and collective interest to build systems, to build institutions that will hold these guys accountable, because what is at play is as a result of lack of strong institutions, lack of state agencies that are very formidable, that should be able to hold these guys accountable. And I said this because look at the police, for example. The police is a law enforcement agency in Nigeria. And unfortunately, we have not seen the police do their job. The police, most of the times, are answerable to these individuals, to the politicians, instead of them to look at the larger interests of Nigerians to look at what will advance our democracy, what will deepen our democracy, and be able to ensure that everybody respect the law. That is not what they do. They simply accept orders from people in positions of power, from politicians, and clamp down on dissenting voices. So it is in our collective interest to continue to mount pressure, to continue to insist that our institutions must work. Individuals should not be powerful or more powerful than these institutions. At least the institution should be more powerful than the individual, and nobody should be above the law. It doesn't matter whether you are the state governor or you are the president. Everybody must respect and obey the law. And perhaps the only way, or one of the only ways to do that, is to ensure that these institutions are stronger. And of course, civil society, journalists should continue to do their job, should continue to demand accountability. We should continue to insist that these institutions must work.
All right. So, knowing fully well that the governor is a former journalist, of course, he knows all of these things. Do you think that influenced his action against dissenting voices?
You know, that was another point I raised in an op-ed I wrote after I was released, that it was so unfortunate for people like Bala Mohammed, a former journalist who understands the principle of verification, not to have verified what he was told by his security agent. His security detail. They told him that at a point that I was the one that even sponsored those women to protest against him. What a laughable allegation, for goodness sake. There were other journalists there. I've never been to Dugri in my life until that very day. How would I have even known those women to the point of even sponsoring them? He was told that I sponsored them, that I gave them 5,000 to protest against him. This is a former journalist. He ought to have verified this. He ought to have said, oh, bring the journalist, let me ask him questions. How will he do this kind of thing in my place? He didn't do that. This is a negation of the principle of verification as a journalist. So for me, this is a very great disservice to journalism. I pray and hope that journalists in the future will not do this kind of things when they get positions, when they get into power, because it's sad and annoying for a former journalist to do this kind of thing. So it's a complete negation of the principle of verification as far as journalism is concerned.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Arano. Let me ask you this. What's your takeaway from this election so far, and lessons to learn, and what would you suggest going forward?
Very difficult question, but I will say this. My major takeaway as far as this election is concerned is that no matter, the incidences of anomalies we continue to witness in this election, I think there is a drastic improvement. We have seen, voters handing red cards to politicians they don't like. We have seen voters getting more ground to oust people they don't like. We have seen the system at least improve, technologically and otherwise. So if we continue to witness this kind of improvement, I think our democracy will get better. You could imagine an incumbent governor, losing election to contest for a senatorial seat. I think that is a plus to our democracy. If we continue at that pace, at least no matter the anomalies, the glitches we continue to witness, we are beginning to witness an improvement in the system. And I hope this will be sustained. And the only thing I feel we should continue to advocate or look out for is incidences where politicians devise other tactics to manipulate the process, to subvert the process. And of course, politicians will always do this because most of them are desperate. They are desperate to cling into power. So it is in our interest to look out for this other method, other incidences they are devising to manipulate the process so that we'll put them on check.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Aruno. And we sincerely sympathize with you and your family. We hope that things get better as we keep our fingers crossed in the country.
Thank you so much for having me. I hope so too. Thank you.
All right. You've heard from Mr. Aruno Mohammed from Wiki Times, Bauchi. Right about now, we'll go for a quick break. When we get back, we'll continue bringing you reports from across the country.
market women, we not go vote. All these big men were there for Nigeria, they suffer. This one that they suffer is not good.
This my polling unit 01016 at Jeremy out of APC. They just came to destroy everything now in the presence of the police force. We are here now, but notwithstanding, we will bring everything out. We will continue the process here, and we will count everything and make sure that our votes count. Because I saw that Labour Party is winning here. This place is for Labour Party. They just came to destroy everything now. We are not deterred. We will make sure we pick it up, dry it, and count our votes. They will not be destroyed. We are here. Just capture it. Then go to here now. Then go to we go know what is there. They just destroyed our box, everything. That's they just came now at unit 1016 Mood District. They just came and destroyed everything now. Because PO was winning here. 016 at Jeremy Felodu. They just destroyed everything now.
Situation room, I've been attacked. I'm at Obiago Primary School, and I've been attacked. Yes, I'm reporting from Employee Unit Obiago Council. Yes, I've been attacked. But
Why we vote number one? They're not going to count our votes. That's what we vote for. They go promote and they go put another person. That's the one we don't need. Now that they put. Instead of that one, we market women, we not go vote. All these big men were there for Nigeria, they suffer. This one that they suffer is not good.
why is this slapping me? Look at my eyes.
Yes, so you don't set. Me not come outside. Now, Papa, we don't go vote. Eh? Another craze. Hold on. We go vote. If they don't want me to do election, we don't go do election. Another craze. The bastard people them. When I get the country.
Don't go vote.
Vote for it. No voting. No voting took place for here. Peter. Sir. Peter. Bastard. Merci. No police unit. Look at the time. Look at the time. No election take place for here. I'm going to come here, come disrupt election.
All right, welcome back, and we are happy to still have you watching us. We're heading to our reporters on the field right about now to give us more updates regarding the election. And we have, hello?
Hello.
Okay, hi.
Hi.
All right, please, what's happening and where exactly are you?
Okay, thank you. I'm presently, my name is Abdullah Silukova. I'm presently in Kwara State. So,
Okay.
as predicted, considering the result that has been released so far, the APC gubernatorial candidate, that is the incumbent governor of the state, has been leading so far. You know, I had earlier said that people have already predicted this because of the divisions of the oppositions and the recent defection of some stakeholders in PDP to the ruling party. So I think this defection has been reflecting in the results being released so far in the state. So, but to some of the House of Assembly seats, I think they are still highly contested, like the one in Balogun Fulani. Yes, so the APC and the PDP candidates, they are still sharing some of the results of the polling units. And also in Upper local government area, that's Kwara South, the place is also highly tense because I think the constituents are actually tired of the APC House of Assembly there. So they are still, the PDP, the opposition, they are getting certain votes or some votes there, not unlike what is happening here in Ilorin. Why in Kwara North? I think most of the seats there, the APC, the winning party, are still leading there in the Kwara North. I mean, Edu, Patigi, Bautin, and the Kayama local government. So that's for Kwara. Why for the Sokoto? Let's move quickly to northwestern region. I will start from Sokoto. You see, like what happened, I think the history will repeat itself. If history will repeat itself this time around, like what happened in 2019, where the election was declared conclusive. So considering the result has been declared so far, the APC, the difference between the APC and the PDP in the state is very small. And you know, as you know, this can actually lead to declaration of the result as inconclusive. Like the result has been seen so far in a particular polling unit, the PDP leads with only just one vote, while the APC also lead another just one vote. The same thing is applicable in most of this elections that is happening in the state. And I think if you could cast your mind back, that is exactly what happened on, I think, 3 weeks ago, where during the presidential election, where the PDP won with just small margin. I mean, the PDP candidate that Alhaji Atiku Abubakar won the president-elect with small margin in the state. So in Zamfara State, our reporter in Zamfara told me that the APC president gubernatorial candidate is leading so far regarding the result that has been released so far. So that is coming out from all the polling units. But one thing that is very peculiar to this state, I mean Zamfara, is the occurrence of vote buying. In fact, the politicians in this state are so creative. They are not influencing the voters with cash alone. In fact, they are influencing the voters with petty things like fast lane, soap, and other small things. So that's for North Center. That is all bit I have for my own answer.
All right. From Kwara, are there reports of any violence so far?
So in Kwara State, there's no any form of violence. The only thing we have in Kwara is this issue of, I had earlier said that we have heavy presence of EFCC in Ilorin today, and the reason was because of the alleged vote buying that is going on. In fact, I witnessed a lot, like what the APC is doing, the ruling party is doing in the state. They are cajoling the voters with promises of let's say food stuff and others. And I personally witnessed where the PDP agents were transferring, doing some e-cash inducement to the voters. So it happens almost everywhere. So, but in terms of electoral violence, there is none in Kwara State for now.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Wasil. All right, that was Mr. Wasil giving us reports from Kwara as well as some part of the northern part of the country. If you want to join this conversation, please note you can do so by calling our number, and it is 070-4994-1413. 070-4994-1413. If you have any reports, updates, whatever it is that is going on in your locality, please ensure to fill us in, call the number and join the conversation. right about
This is my polling unit 01016 Ajeromi Ifelodi. Out of APC, they just came to destroy everything now in the presence of the police force.
This video is calling out the chairman of Etiosa local government area, Rasheedat Adu. You came here this morning. You came to rile the people from your local government against me. I don't know what I did to you, maybe because I told you of the last time. You came here, you were issuing instructions to you. Maybe you thought I don't hear Yoruba, and one of them said they will slap me. Then one gentleman in Afro with glasses came later and started pointing at me. So you should be ashamed of yourself. You should be so ashamed of yourself. I'm calling you out, Rasheedat Adu. You should be very, very ashamed of yourself. And this is a note to you. You don't even know anything. This country, this Lagos, belongs to everybody. It doesn't matter that the local government is down the road from here. You come here and you rile people, and your people were shouting slogans here in this place. Take notes.
And your political agents, they are aware of it. We are not uploading.
That means no need to say the
Yes. We are not uploading. If you want us to vote, we will vote you now. But if you don't want us to vote you, no problem. We are not uploading. We are not uploading. We are not uploading. We are not uploading. Your political agents, they are all aware of it. We are not uploading. We are not uploading. We are not uploading. We are not to upload. We are not uploading.
Mona can give you una one give. I no vote.
Uploading.
One can they suffer myself here. Now, the second, I'm a minimum.
Situation room, I've been attacked. I've been attacked. I'm at Obiago Primary School, and I've been attacked. Yes, I'm reporting from Employee Unit Obiago Council. Yes, I've been attacked by one of the agents of, I don't know him, but the army people are here, and they have been able to quell the situation. He beat me. Look at my eyes. Look at my eyes. I don't know if I saw civil defense and some people. Yes, the army are here. They have been able to quell the situation.
This my polling unit 01016 Ajeromi Ifelodi. Out of APC, they just came to destroy everything now in the presence of the police force. We are here now, but notwithstanding, we will bring everything out. We will continue the process here, and we will count everything and make sure that our votes count. Because I saw that Labour Party is winning here. This place is for Labour Party. They just came to destroy everything now. We are not deterred. We will make sure we pick it up, dry it, and count our votes. It will not be destroyed. We are here. Just capture it. Then go to here now. Then go. We will go know what is there. They just destroyed our box, everything. They just came now. At unit 1016 Mood District. They just came and destroyed everything now. Because PO was winning here. 016 Ajeromi Ifelodi. They just destroyed everything now.
vote for, they go promote and they go put another person. That's the one we don't need. Now that they put. Instead of that one, we market women, we don't go vote. All these big men were there for Nigeria, they support. This one that they support is not good.
Yes, so you don't set. Me not come outside. Now, Papa, we don't go vote. Eh? Another craze. Hold on. We go vote. If they don't want me to do election, we don't go do election. Another craze. The bastard people them. When I get the country.
Don't go vote. Somebody vote here.
Vote for it. No voting. No voting took place on here. Peter. Sir. Peter. Bastard. Merci. No police unit. Look at the time. Look at the time. No election take place on here. I'm going to come here, come disrupt election. Carry ballot box, come out. Internet.
Everything. I'm driving when I had to run out. They destroyed my side mirrors, hit my car. I don't even know. But why not up? Why not up? Now why? I don't even know the extent of the damage to the car, but I just ran out for my life because they were bringing out knives. They wanted to stab me and all of that. Thank God I came with some people to help me. So I'm driving.
That guy go pull out.
Who did you give? Oh God, guys! Oh my God! Oh my God!
The guy was with a pistol, right? Yes, he was trying to bring out something. So it was the knife that was the distraction.
So I'm going over to where the army are because we went to turn at VGC. I'm going to go and tell them not to stop. Go. Okay. God, I'm tired of these things. I don't even know what to say. I'm tired. I'm tired.
I don't understand.
What happened to the free and fair election that they promised us? Nothing is free and fair. You want? Why? Why you're intimidating people? The long queue that we had during the presidential election, we were like 20 people, and it was just all different sorts of people. I couldn't. They blacked it. Look at Nigerian police. Look at them. Constantors. Look at them. You will die there, Mumu. You will die there. Don't give him any first aid. You will die there. No, it's a lie. It's a lie, you stupid people. One person has been shot dead. One person has been shot dead. Look at. One person has been shot dead. Very good.
Bastard, you go die here today. You go die here today.
The political agents, they are aware of it. We are not uploading.
That means no need to say the
Yes. We are not uploading. If you want us to vote, we will vote you now. But if you don't want us to vote you, no problem. We are not uploading. We are not uploading. We are not uploading. We are not uploading. Your political agents, they are all aware of it. We are not uploading. We are not uploading. We are not uploading. We are not to upload. We are not uploading.
Mona can give you one give.
We
I no vote. Why can't they suffer myself here? Now, it's again, I'm a him.
From all over Lagos, we are getting distressing reports of voter intimidation, voter suppression. Really in Apapa, one of our agents was shot and he's dead. And the worrying thing about this is that INEC and the police have shown to be complicit in this. Now, the reason why we're doing this video is it's important that INEC and the police realize that they are provoking Lagosians right now. And if tonight, Lagos catches fire, it will not be because it's our fault. It's because they did not do the right thing. INEC still has hours to do the right thing. A lot of people will be able to, with the help of security agencies, calm down a lot of areas. But a lot of areas are still under intense attacks by thugs and hooligans of the APC. I call on INEC, most especially, and the police, not to set on fire. This is a state that houses 22 million people. Having that many people angry because of their disenfranchised is not something that Nigeria needs right now. So I call on the INEC rec and everybody involved in this election to make sure they do the right thing and create at least the perception and the actuality of a free and fair election.
And your political agents, they are aware of it. We are not uploading.
That means no need to save the
Yes. We are not uploading. If you want us to vote, we will vote you now. But if you don't want us to vote you, no problem. We are not uploading. We are not uploading. We are not uploading.
Our votes. That's the one we vote for. They go promote and they go put another person. That's the one we don't need. Now that they put. Instead of that one, we back at women, we don't go vote. We not go vote. All these big men were there for Nigeria. They support. If someone that they support is not good.
This is my polling unit 016 at Jeremy out of APC. They just came to destroy everything now in the presence of the police force. We are here now, but notwithstanding, we will bring everything out. We will continue the process here and we will count everything and make sure that our vote counts. Because I saw that Labour Party is winning here. This place is for Labour Party. They just came to destroy everything now. We are not deterred. We will make sure we pick it up, dry it, and count our votes. Then we will not be destroyed. We are here. Just capture it. Then go to here now. Then go to we go know what is there. They just destroyed our box, everything. That's they just came now at unit 1016 Mood District. They just came and destroyed everything now. Because PO was winning here. 016 at Jeremy Felodu. They just destroyed everything now.
Yes, so you don't set. Me not come outside. Now, Papa, we don't go vote. Eh? Another craze. Hold on. We go vote. If they don't want to do election, we don't go do election. Another craze. The bastard people them.
When I get the country.
Don't go vote. Somebody vote here.
Vote for it. No voting. No voting took place on here. Peter. Sir. Peter. 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 Bastard. Merci. No police unit. Look at the time. Look at the time. No election take place on here. I'm going to come here, come disrupt election. Carry ballot box, come out. You can't.
Look at Nigerian police. Look at them. Look at them. You will die there, Mumu. You will die there. Don't give him any first aid. You will die there. No, it's a lie. It's a lie, you stupid people. One person. One person has been shot dead. One person has been shot dead. Look at. One person has been shot dead. Very good.
Bastard, you go die here today. You go die here today.
And your political agents, they are aware of it. We are not uploading.
That means no need to say the
Yes. We are not uploading. If you want us to vote, we will vote you now. But if you don't want us to vote you, no problem. We are not uploading. We are not uploading. We are not uploading. We are not uploading. Your political agents, they are all aware of it. We are not uploading. We are not uploading. We are not uploading. We are not to upload. We are not uploading.
Okay, Mona can give you one give. I no vote. Why can't they suffer myself here? Now, it's again. I'm a him.
This is thugs fighting in arrested. How the thugs enter? See thugs in our estate. This is serious. We've come to scatter election in our estate. Seriously. See thugs in our estate. See fighting in our estate. See fighting in our estate. See fighting in our estate.
This is what is happening live in my area. Some guys came and were saying that this is Lagos, so that if you want to vote for Labour Party, PDP, go to your states. You can see then they came with cane, chasing guys that want to vote for other party. You can hear it. They said if Labour Party wins this polling booth, that everyone here is going to hear from them. They are going to beat people. You can see how they are beating him because the guy says he's going to vote for Labour Party. Look at the way they are beating him up. This is what we call voting.
All right, we are still bringing you updates as they unfold in various areas of the state. And we have one of our reporters right on standby. Hello, sir.
Hello, thank you.
Mr. Sunday, what's the update where you are, please?
Okay, currently I'm at Okuzu Junction in Anambra State.
Okay.
I've been moving around, and so far so good. Election has been averagely peaceful, and from what we have observed and all the places I've gone to different local government, Oka South, Jikoka, Dunukofia, and I'm still on the move. Averagely, like I said, it has been so peacefully, but then not without some issues reported in some places. And generally, APGA, the ruling party in the state, is actually taking upper hand from the results that have from the evidences we saw in the places we visited. But then there was also a report of 5 thugs allegedly recruited by Ihala local government officials that were arrested by police in the afternoon. And there are some other reports of few attacks across the state, but generally, I think it's to an extent safe. And you can see if I put my video on the background from where I am, you can see movement is to an extent going. People are actually to an extent making movement. You can see from here there are people loading on Isha, which I don't know when they started the movement, but normally today there's supposed to be a complete restriction on movement. But then commercial vehicles are moving around. So that's the current details I have. And then for the Ihala issue, we should also know that Ihala has always been a flashpoint in Anambra State. It has always been a point of a place where we always record issues, attacks, and all that. So it was not really so surprising that such incident occurred in Ihala. Thank you.
All right. Hello, Mr. Sunday.
Yes.
Okay. There's been reports from other parts of the country regarding vote buying and all. Did you experience something like this in Anambra?
Yes. I think, okay, I thought I had given that update before. There are some places we visited where they shared the wrapper and and rice. Some places in fact, there was one place we visited in other day. I've forgotten the name. In Oka South, one polling unit we visited in Oka South, where the PDP party agent complained that she observed that APGA agents were still canvassing for votes at the polling unit. And not only that she observed also that they were writing down names of people who vote for them and that they were going to compensate. And then we saw also, I think I sent the picture evidences of the places where they shared wrapper to the WhatsApp group, where I practically saw the party APGA sharing wrapper, sharing rice, and some other way of vote buying in some of the places I visited, actually.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Sunday.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, that's an update from Anambra State. Reports still reaching us saying that there are votes buying in Anambra. Please call us if you have any updates at your vicinity, your polling unit, or any other information you want to put out there. The number to call is 070-4994-1413. 070-4994-1413. Remember, it's the gubernatorial election going on in Nigeria across 28 states, and Nigerians are keeping their fingers crossed to determine who is going to be their various governors for the next 4 years. All right, please will be right back.
This is thugs fighting and arresting. How the thugs enter? See thugs in our estate. This is serious. They've come to scatter election in our estate.
This is the Bale family, for TD Unit 9. They burn all these electoral acts. TD, Cops, and APC. They did it in TD Unit 9.
I'm not the president. What advice? I've spoken to everybody on this issue before they elect completely. There are those of us who oppose the reappointment of Mahmoud. The person who nominated him for appointment is a member of Tinubu's camp. So what are you expecting? Success? Here in River State, Mahmoud worked on that weekend as Executive Secretary of Third Fund. So what you're having in River State is that APC, SDP and others are contesting election not against PDP, against INEC, against police.
So are you saying that the situation is hopeless now?
Completely hopeless. Are you hopeful? Be honest, as a president, are you hopeful?
The governorship election is here, and so are the political battles to decide the second round of Nigeria's general elections. Since 1999, Lagos has been under the control of a political class that bows to only one man, Bola Tinubu. And for the first time, the Lion of Bodilon may face his biggest battle yet to retain control of his backyard, Lagos. But surely, Tinubu can't be the only one having sleepless nights worrying over how to ensure they maintain a tight grip on their states or political domains. In Kano and Kaduna, northwest Nigeria, Governors Abdullahi Ganduje and Nasir El-Rufai respectively must be feeling the heat as well. The G5 governors in Rivers, Oyo, Benue, Abia and Enugu have given themselves something to ponder upon ahead of the governorship elections after openly demarcating the presidential candidate of their party, the PDP, over an internal crisis. Let's start with Oyo State, where the governor, Seyi Makinde, one of the G5 governors or members of the Integrity Group, as they would like to be called, may have beaten more than he can chew. He probably didn't bargain for collateral damage when he joined 4 other PDP governors to demarcate his party's presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar. Makinde's tacit support for Tinubu in the presidential election ensured the APC candidate won the state. But the APC has not stopped there. There are 3 senatorial districts and 14 constituencies in Oyo State. APC won all 3 senatorial seats and 8 of the 14 House of Reps seats, leaving Makinde's party PDP with 4 House of Reps seats. The remaining 2 were declared inconclusive. Already, the governor is at loggerheads with PDP chieftains in the state who cannot understand why their party leader thought he could have his cake and eat it. Now, it is his head that is on the chopping block as he seeks a second time in office. Whether Makinde will survive as the executioner raises his axe to strike only time will tell. But if the way Oyo people voted for APC's Tinubu in the presidential election on February 25th is anything to go by, Makinde may well kiss the governor's house in Agodi Hills in the ancient city of Ibadan goodbye. In Rivers State, it will be interesting to see how Governor Nyesom Wike, another G5 member who fought tooth and nail against his own party and ensured Atiku lost in the state, will convince his people it is now time for them to vote for the party he openly denigrated ahead of the presidential election. Fortunately for him, he has completed his 2 terms as allowed by the constitution, but unfortunately for him, the governorship candidate of the PDP in the state is his anointed candidate, Simini Alayi Fubara. Unfortunately for Fubara though, Wike's actions may have serious implications for his governorship ambition. But if Wike's reputation precedes him, what does it say? Well, there was violence in many parts of Rivers State on presidential election day, as some youths took to the streets to protest against alleged attempts to manipulate the results of the election. At some point, the state collation officer, Professor Charles Teddy Adidas, adjourned the collation process, saying he was being threatened by some politicians and members of the public. There have been reports that Peter Obi of the Labour Party was cruising to victory in the state till a mysterious
Good to have you join us once again. It's time for Top of the Hour News. INEC cancels election in Imo Council area. The State House of Assembly election has been cancelled in the Idiato North Local Government area of Imo State by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC). The announcement was made following the abduction of 17 ad hoc staff members on Saturday, which generated concerns about the safety of electoral officers and the credibility of the process. According to the report, gunmen reportedly overpowered and forced the INEC ad hoc staff into waiting vehicles before speeding off. The officials were later rescued, but the election materials scattered away were not recovered. Labour Party agent shot dead in Lagos State. Governorship candidate Rhodes Vivo claims. The Labour Party governorship candidate in Lagos State, Gbadebo Rhodes Vivo, says one of the party agents has been shot dead. According to Gbadebo, the unnamed agent was killed in the Apapa area of the state by thugs suspected to be members of the ruling All Progressive Congress. Enugu Labour Party governor candidate Edioga raises alarm as thugs shoot supporters, disrupts polls. The Labour Party governorship candidate in Enugu State, Chijioke Odiega, has decried widespread disruption of the voting process in some polling units in the state. He disclosed that at least one Labour Party supporter has been shot by armed hoodlums led by thugs suspected to be working for the People's Democratic Party in Uzowani local government area. INEC postpones election in 10 Lagos polling units. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has postponed election in 10 polling units in the Victoria Garden City (VGC) Lekki area of the state in the ongoing governorship and state assemblies election. The INEC Resident Electoral Commission Shegun Agbaje, who made this known while addressing reporters at the VGC, said core members deployed as ad hoc staff on Saturday were hesitant to enter the VGC estate. According to him, they alleged that they were held hostage in the February 25th presidential and National Assembly election. EFCC operatives attacked, injured by alleged vote buyers in Kaduna. Operative of the EFCC on election monitoring duty in Kaduna State today came under attack at School Road in Kaduna while attempting to arrest a suspected vote buyer. The team was there to arrest one Kabiru Musa, who was seen in a video allegedly inducing eligible voters by using his phone to transfer money into their accounts as they cast their votes. However, immediately after he was accosted by the operatives, Musa reportedly became unruly and screamed to attract the attention of his syndicate member, who descended on the operatives. Lagos PDP deputy governorship candidate Funke Akindele loses polling unit to APC. The deputy candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) in the Lagos governorship election, Olufunke Akindele, has lost a polling unit to the All Progressive Congress. The Nollywood actress voted at polling unit 019 at Ita-Aro Square, Agaijimu ward in Ikorodu. The PDP polled 19 votes, while the APC gathered 77 votes. Suspected political thugs attack polling units, injure over 16 INEC officials in Anambra. Over 16 independent National Electoral Commission ad hoc staff members were today attacked while electoral material, including ballot boxes, were destroyed in Anambra State. The incident occurred at Oduapu Ward in Onitsha, South Local Government area of the state, during the House of Assembly election. 5 of the INEC ad hoc staff members were seriously wounded, while the others sustained minor injuries during the attack by the hoodlums. And that's all we have for you on the news for top of the hour at the moment. We'll be right back with more other information. Please stay with us.
I'm not the president. What advice? I've spoken to everybody concerned on this issue before the election. Spoken completely. There are those of us who oppose the reappointment of Mahmoud. The person who nominated him for appointment is a member of Tinubu's camp. So what are you expecting? Success? Here in Rivers State, Mahmoud worked on that Wike as executive secretary of Third Fund. So what you're having in Rivers is that SDP and others are contesting the election not against PDP, against INEC, against police.
So are you saying that the situation is hopeless now?
Completely hopeless. Are you hopeful? Be honest, as a person, are you hopeful?
My name is Chidi. INEC announced the results at night and nobody celebrated. I think that kind of sums up everything, really, about the election. You would like to think that, when elections have been this anticipated for this long and the contest supposedly as keen, then when the results are announced, at least some people will be happy. And even if you're not, even if you are not on the side of that's been announced as winner, that at least you will express some relief that the tension is over, right? But this is the first time in Nigeria since presidential elections began in 1999 that nobody has dared celebrate the results of the elections. And in my own lifetime, I've seen every presidential election in Nigeria since 1999, although I was a kid since 1979, although I was a kid in 1979. And this is the first time in that period, okay, that there's been no celebration at all over that 45 or thereabouts year period. It's also the first time that the results were announced at night, about the time when witches and wizards are returning from the covens. All right, and I think there is not much else to say about it. It's it's also the first time that respectable people from around the world are unwilling to congratulate the winner, and even some people who have, like the former president of Liberia, Ellen Sirleaf Johnson, have had to delete their congratulations. It says a lot about what we have tried to do. But the dreadful thing about it, I think, is that more than any other thing, it's the willful and egregious manner in which the INEC under Professor Mahmoud has destroyed willfully and deliberately all of the progress that a generation of Nigerians has made trying to build up dependable electoral administration, particularly since Atahiru Jega, not Mahmoud, Atahiru Jega, since Atahiru Jega began in 2010 to try to transform that. In 2 election cycles, Mahmoud has totally destroyed, ruined all of that. And that's why what is done is unforgivable. I'm sorry. About money. Look, when people come, focus on the money, I think we miss the significance of what has happened. It is more than about money. It's about destroying the hopes of generations, because it's not just one generation. Okay? There were people in their 60s who were voting for the first time in this particular election. And I'm sure that those people would have been willing to accept defeat if the electoral administration was credible. And, I use myself as an example. I have never supported Muhammadu Buhari. I will never support him. In 2015, I did not support him. I could never have supported him. But Muhammadu Buhari won cleanly and clearly in 2015. And when the results were announced in 2015, on an afternoon in 2015, all of us stood up and sang the national anthem, and I did, very happily. Right? Now, the point is that in an election, nobody is entitled to win an election, but everyone is entitled to believe that an election can be administered fairly and credibly. What INEC has done is destroy belief in the possibility of credible electoral administration, and with it destroy the faith of more than one generation in the possibility that the political process can yield credible outcomes and credible transition. That is worth more than 300 and whatever billion that people are talking about. And now, many more young people in Nigeria are talking about how they are going to escape, how they are going to Japa, how they are giving up on the country. It's knocking the stuffing out of more than one generation. That's why this is that difficult. INEC was not, if you recall, my view was very clear that I was quite skeptical about the promises of INEC that everything was going to be hunky-dory and somehow we're all going to end up with a fantastic election. Now, first thing, the numbers have not come out. I've not yet, if they have, then I've not yet seen them. The tallies for the number of people who voted in the federal legislative elections, that is House of Representatives and the Senate. That's important to get. Because when you say BVAS worked and the accreditation part worked, then I would expect that in an election in which everyone voted on the same day, the numbers of people who voted in the federal parliamentary elections would not be substantially different. Of course, I'm not saying they would necessarily be the same, but the numbers of those who voted, when you add up all the turnout in all of the 109 National Assembly seats and 109 Senate seats and 360 House of Representatives seats, the numbers will not be significantly different from what you have in the presidential election. So if we are being told that BVAS worked, number one, you and I will have to believe that the number of people who turned up for this election was 27% of which is what INEC claims, right? Number two, the number of people who turned up will be exactly are approximately the same between the National Assembly elections and the presidential elections. Do you believe that? That's the problem. That look, this is my point. That we're not talking about just INEC and money. We're talking about INEC destroying willfully everything about elections, including the numbers that they've released, because almost assuredly, the numbers that INEC released of turnout bear no relationship to what happened on the day. By the way, that I'm just addressing your point about BVAS. I've not talked about the interface, the BVAS IREV interface, which was quite manifestly subverted by human agency. And the only human agency that could have subverted it lies within INEC. And there is no way that the INEC chairperson could not have done that. And if you then therefore look at this, and then I think 3-4 days after the results were released, we then get told, oh, you know, a High Court decided in January that INEC can determine the nature of transmission of results. Of course, that's what the Electoral Act says, which is how INEC came to determine that results were going to be transferred digitally, right, with the BVAS device onto their so-called IREV. And then on the day, it was shut down. And rather than the chairperson investigate and determine how that had happened, he went on to start manufacturing numbers rather egregiously. That's the challenge here. I'm not quite sure. The evidence available at the moment shows that results were changed in a vast number of places. And because results were changed in a vast number of places, it is impossible for anyone to come up with that. I mean, in the only states that witnessed an increase in turnout relative to 2019, I believe, were Abia and Lagos states. In every other state, turnout was down, including in Anambra State, whose son Peter Obi was running, and Adamawa State, whose son Atiku Abubakar was running, and in Kano, whose son Rabiu Kwankwaso was running. And then all that they would have people believe is that the turnout in Lagos improved because of people from the southeast of Nigeria, which is quite nonsensical, because if the outcome in Lagos was as it was, or in all likelihood much better than they eventually manufactured and adapted it to, it can only be because of people who come from the southwest of Nigeria, not because of people who come from the southeast. But that's a different thing. But no, I don't have any basis for thinking that as you have acknowledged, the issue is more important. You know, everyone is trying to pass off this thing as some kind of as the result of some kind of circumstances. It is not. It is willful. The manufacture of numbers and the writing up of results that had nothing to do with what happened at the polling units is itself was itself quite deliberate. And this is a problem with our elections, that increasingly elections are being done as ritualistic, performative things, and in which the various components bear no relationship to one another. So the registration of voters bears no relationship to the number of people you've got. And you see it. They told us this amount of people collected PVC, right? Now, meanwhile, of the number 87 million or whatever, that goes back to 2010, 2011, when election registration started. Millions of those have died since then. No, it's not possible that those people collected. Dead people don't vote in Nigeria, supposedly. And therefore, All those millions, they tell you 87 or thereabouts million that collected PBC. Over 20 million of them have died. If you just were to add up Nigeria's dead numbers, annual death rate since 2011 in particular. So that's one. The number of people who vote bear no relationship to the number of people who are announced. And the number of people who turnout bear no relationship to turnout numbers. These guys have totally rendered the entire electoral value chain meaningless in Nigeria. So you can't even trust the statistics, the numbers that they produce, the electoral data. It's all quite, frankly, meaningless at this particular point. The public skepticism about the judiciary in Nigeria is very wide and very widely founded. People do not trust the judiciary, and for good reason. They've produced entirely fantastical outcomes recently, from anointing a man who came forth as the first to anointing people who did not at all run for primaries as candidates. The jurisprudence of the kinds of things Nigerian judges have been doing in elections would make Dr. Pella look like a choir boy. And the question whether the people who have been producing this kind of jurisprudence can be trusted to surprise us will only be left to them to decide. But you should also not forget something else, which is whatever happens, they will all live with the consequences of what they decide. I don't know, you would have seen judges, for instance, complaining about their pensions, right? A lot of judges retire and then start complaining that they did not pay their pensions, that they've not got their pensions 5 years later. And for some judges, 10 years, 15 years after they've retired, they get wheeled out in their advanced age. Some of them evidently quite ill, to go and identify themselves. And then the people complain on their behalf. I cannot complain on behalf of judges who have the opportunity to do the right thing and willfully decline to do so. Because when politicians who should not have been in office are wheeled into office on the basis of jurisprudence that should never come out of any court, what you have is that the judges who wheeled that person into office collected their benefits when they did it. That's sadly the situation. And by collecting their benefits when they did it, they gave up their rights to a life, a future life in safety, in security, and in dignity. So if that is what our judges want for themselves and for their grandchildren when they are very mature, by all means, let them inflict it on all of us. And because when they do, they're also inflicting it on themselves. And we're going to live with the consequences together. Frankly, you're asking the wrong person. You should ask Mahmoud Yakubu that question, because he's the cause of everything. I don't, I mean, you're asking me now, how do you placate Nigerians? Did I manufacture the results? And why should Nigerians be placated for their mandate having been burglarized? I don't know how anyone answers that kind of question, so I'm not even going to engage with it. And it is the burglarizing of elections that leads to what you call animosities. Nigerians have been voting. Mind you, Nigerians have been sleeping with one another for a long time. You know, we intermarry, we interdate, we intersleep, and all of that. I don't think intertribal warfare has not arisen as a result of that. Murtala Mohammed married an Ajoke. Obasanjo has children across the Niger. Azikiwe has relationships in Yoruba land. in Lagos, amongst others. Emeka Anyoko is married in Ogun State. Babangida is married in Asaba. Atiku's wife is from Osun State, right? Peter Obi is married outside Igbo land. Tinubu is married in Ishekiri land. No? So we have relationships that cross boundaries across Nigeria, boundaries of ethnicity, of religion, of faith, of creed. It is injustice that leads to what you're talking about. And so let us not create narratives that I suspect are not well-founded. In fact, in Southern Kaduna, there is Southern Kaduna elected an Ekene to the National Assembly, and he defeated somebody, he defeated a Balerebe. That's fact. So I think some of these assertions have also got to be looked at in the light of some of the realities that are not dependent on INEC's narrative or narrative manufactured by INEC. I think that's what I would say to that. In some places, politicians have tried to whip up hate in order to suppress voting, to enable their thugs. That is true. But that was not because of animosity, that was manufactured hate. So I think it's important that we situate this within the larger narrative of the moment, rather than clutching at some straws, which I think some people would like us to do. Having talks to you about Dr. Pella here and Babalawos and about witches and wizards in one interview, I've got to say I'm none of those. So I cannot tell you what will happen in the immediate future. And what I can say is that people have quite clearly lost faith in the capacity of INEC to organize credible elections. And that, I think, was INEC's intention, because they wanted to create a domino effect after destroying people's faith in the governorship, in the presidential elections, for that to follow through so that you would have predictable, as in logical outcomes in the state level elections, which will follow the results they manufactured in the presidential elections. My hope is that people are going to defy them. That requires a lot of effort and a lot of organizing, and it's not going to be easy. But my hope is that people will defy them and continue to show up while people follow through on showing the evidence of their failure to comply with the Electoral Act in the elections that were organized on the 25th. All that people can do is to present the evidence. And quite clearly, it's easy to, I'm not going to sit down here and try to demonstrate to you how that easily is done, because those who manufactured it will then try to begin to configure the landscape to respond to that kind of thing. There will be time and place to do that. But for the elections coming up on Saturday, my hope is that people are going to be able to see that the country is being burglarized by a very narrow set of interests. Many of those interests have nothing to do with the public good. And Nigerians have to continue to resist those interests until such a time when, hopefully, Nigerians get exactly the leadership they demand, because when they deserve, because when they do that as Nigerians, or when we do that as Nigerians, whoever that person is legitimately elected. And I think I've got to make this point. It's not about about particular people. It's not about Tinubu or Peter Obi or Atiku or Kwankwaso or whoever. It is that whichever one of those is entitled to be elected credibly. And when the reason is that when you lack legitimacy, as is very manifest, because if INEC had done something proper, they would have not announced their results as a few minutes before 4 a.m. in the morning. They would have announced it when people could own it. And so when now whoever is announced shows up to exercise power, they cannot do anything because they lack political capital. And at the first sign of taking a difficult decision, the country will turn on them. And there is nothing they can do after that, because how many people are you going to kill when that happens? So the country will wait for the thieves and the burglars who have done this at the appropriate time. And the consequences will be self-evident unless things get corrected and legitimacy is returned to the process. And until then, we'll continue to labor under our delusions.
I'm not advice. What advice? I've spoken to everybody concerned on this issue before the election. Spoken completely. There are those of us who oppose the reappointment of Mahmoud. The person who nominated him for appointment is a member of Tinubu's camp. So what are you expecting? Success? Here in Rivers State, Mahmoud worked on that Wike as Executive Secretary of Third Fund. So what you're having in Rivers State is that APC, SDP and others are contesting the election not against PDP, against INEC, against police.
So are you saying that the situation is hopeless now?
Completely hopeless. Are you hopeful? Be honest, as a pressman, are you hopeful?
My name is Lai Olurode, a retired professor of sociology from the University of Lagos, where I had rendered diverse services as a teacher, as a head of the department, and as a former dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences. At the national level, I had been a national commissioner with the Independent National Electoral Commission between the year 2010 and 2015. I've since retired from the University of Lagos, and I still write. I still get engaged in non-governmental organizations, and I try to pay back to society that have given me so much opportunity in my active life. Well, let me preface my contributions in this regard with certain givens about general electoral environment in Nigeria. Number one is the behavior of both an average politician in this country and the behavior of an average elector. The mindset seems not to be compatible with democratization forces. They approach the that I must win at all, my candidate must win at all. This in the process, which does not give them to any probability, rather a certainty. So election, therefore, is a science. At the same time, you have to blend that scientific component with its creative nature. You already have a procedure, you go to the field, things change responding to the environment that has changed. INEC has defined transmit results electronically. But that is not to say that there have been too ambitious technology into the electoral process. My engagement with the media, I've cautioned that there have been too much technology introduced into 2023 election, that we should have gone piecemeal, not wholesale technology. Technology can fail. It does in some instances. And that is why you cannot, but still make sure that you give room to some human intervention. You cannot completely eliminate human intervention in the electoral process. What's got to give to INEC on all fronts, in terms of its logistics for the election, in terms of technology, in terms of transparency of the election, hopefully. In logistics, of course, there are some hiccups. And you know why? We have challenged the Naira crisis. They like to monetize. And I think the federal government in its wisdom, which somehow some interpreted as each deployment of money in the election in the past, somehow it's a cleaner election in the sense that in 2011, INEC had introduced not do accreditation, but it does verification. At the same time, it it does accreditation, which sort of was expected to have eliminated ghost voters. So if you are not accredited, you cannot go there to vote. But we still discovered that some people managed not to get accredited and they were able to exercise. But you couldn't have known this, the extent of this, except for the introduction of BVAS technology. So, and when you look at the margin of defeat between the winner and the runner-up, you discover that it was not as huge as in 2011. In 2011, Jonathan defeated Buhari by 10 million votes. In 2015, maybe about 5 or 4 or 3 million or so. In the last election, the February 25 election, the president-elect of APC defeated the runner-up, that is Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, by just about 1.8 or thereabout million, less than 2 million. It was the most competitive election that Nigeria has had in recent times. So I think on all this, I would say that INEC should be given between 65 to 70%. When you rate, you look at the key issues, security of the electoral process, there are attacks on INEC site, which is why in the nearest future, INEC should either using OC technology into the electoral workings of BVAS, if it had failed consistently in an opposition area, let's say in an area where the Labour Party was dominant in the southeast, we probably, the country could have been engulfed. So I believe February 25 election, the presidential and National Assembly election, and I'm sure INEC should go, the outing of Saturday, that's March 18, should be far better than what we had on February 15. So overall, I think we are not doing badly with our democratization effort. We can't get there in a day. It takes time, but I will be urging people to be more resilient. Let's be more resilient. Let the threshold of politicians be better than it used to be, so that we can make. There's no other way to develop a country other than to allow people to have a voice in how they are governed, in order to allow them to make decisions. And when you look at voter, wasted vote in this election was just about 1%, whereas in the 2019 election, we recorded about 2.6 or 2.7 wasted votes. That's people not, because of voter education, they didn't print the right way, and their votes therefore were rejected. Of course, in terms of voter turnout, it was not that good. It wasn't that good compared to previous elections. 2015, 2019, I think we had a voter turnout of about 2/5 or so, about 40%. But in this election, you recorded just about 20-something percent. So, but that also was because the register for the election is yet to be completely sanitized. There were ghost names. I believe I see ghost names in the register. There are people that have died that have not been removed from the register. So these are issues that INEC should now try to look into between 2023 and 2020, doing badly with regards to the last February 25th election. There cannot be hiccups with election. There cannot be skirmishes with election. Look at the population of the country. Look at the register of voters. You have 170, more than 170 and Labour Party and unknown party territories and surprising inroads. And look at Plateau. Look at some others. Look at Nassau and a few other places. The Labour Party, which was unknown, had only won election in just one quarter in 12 states of the Federation. That was quite a good spread for it. But at the same time, whereas other states opened up at all, looking at for other parties were like ground zero. And there's in the March 18 election of governorship and houses of assembly. You look at the statistics, the electoral statistics. All I would say is that, let me just give, as a background to that, let me give you some statistics, some electoral statistics. Maybe that will give a base from which we can now do a general assessment. On voter turnout, I told you before that is the presidency, the Labour Party scored 93% of all accredited voters in Abia State. It scored 93% in Abia State. In in Anambra, Labour Party scored 93%. APC scored just all the other political parties. They had lower figures than that of Labour. Look at the figure for Lagos State, where for the first time in history, over 1 million people on the voter register. When you look at the side of being low, because sanitized, there are registered. My father died in 2013. Their locations as at the time of registry. Many people had migrated out of the country. Many universities think when you look at the parties with respect to having party agents across the polling units in the country, they didn't have, most of them didn't have, you are not able to mobilize the required resources to put people at polling units. And some of them actually perhaps were funded by the big political parties to use them to exert their hegemony, to say that they are collapsing into them, they've adopted them as their candidate. I don't think most of the parties that I would say are out there, the Southwest. And why? Because of the draconian political party leadership in that part of the country. Look at the New Nigerian People's Party in Kano State. It's got over 52% of the total votes in Kano State. It's a new party. And that shows you that Kwankwaso is on ground. That's not an outrageous result. That's an expected result. So I think the smaller parties need to do more work. And what do I mean by more work? I would be more happy if they can concentrate on winning local elections. You know, if they win local elections, then from there they can go to the state, and from there they can spread and try to see how they can muster enough political strength, in a state, and network among themselves. Or where areas where they know they are not strong, then they need to collapse their structures. It's not easy to fund political. That's why big men will continue to dominate. He who see oligarchy, see political parties. The parties are oligarchically organized. This like the Pareto rule of the power ruled by the elites. Because the elites are well organized, and I don't think they should dream big, wanting to start from the top. If I were one of the organizers of those parties, I would consider look at some of the Green Party in Germany. They would just focus on an issue, environmental issue or whatever, and then concentrate their power, their resources within the locality and convince the people. And from there, it's like an island, then they spread out. Well, you need resources, except we change the requirements of how people can emerge as winners. Who will have the fund to provide for candidates. I do look at one quarter of in 2/3 of the state of the federation, Abuja inclusive, is not an easy challenge. It requires money everywhere in the world of money, and only those that have the money, either through corrupt enrichment or through whatever. I don't want to waste my vote. Why vote for these parties? You can make your presence known, and then we emerge, and then you can begin to change. I agree with them. We should not lead to just the big parties or big men in society. But we need to pull resources together in order to be able to make a powerful intervention that will be enduring. I think for parties and candidates that hope to change the outcomes of March 18 election, it's not too late for them to collapse their structures so that they can make a very formidable presence. Look, since 1999, the plight of the average Nigerian in terms of key indicators of development, poverty has become more excruciating. There's no security in the land. There's unemployment. The youth are hungry. There's no doubt about that. And that their voice was loud in the February 25 election. You should begin to strategize to do. Look, when a CPC in 2013, together with Action for Democracy or Alliance for Democracy of the Yoruba, they had to do a merger. That's a major revolution that has changed the pattern of election outcome in this country. If those other parties are serious too, they should be thinking of how can we form. If you want to, you have to be stronger than your opponent in order to defeat your opponent. But the money, because if you outsource the matter to the court will rule. It's going to cost a lot of money. I'm not saying we should not look towards the court, but it's not the best. Because you are asking fewer people to advocate for you. You are outsourcing your primary responsibility. And it's not good for our elections to be asking their justices to decide for the majority of Nigeria. We have about 90-something million voters. So let's say even we have 50, it's better to take the ball by the horn. Let us show that we can take, we are not happy what is going on, but we are not doing politically. We're not politically correct. We should do that which will make us to have the kind of country that we want to have. I believe this is the time that youth, they have more presence in the register than in the past. Almost more than 50% in the register. People that are 30 and below, but it's not showing the outcome. You're still likely to return these old guys to the National Assembly. They still need to decide your fortune. They have been governor, they have been everything before. So when will the time of the new breed, when will that time come? No, they've learned enough under them. And I would want to caution that the president-elect should, as much as possible, in recruiting people to government, should look for people in their who have all the energy. That's number one. Number two, there cannot be a better time to rethink the structure of the country than now. Otherwise, I concede the first 4 years to the president-elect, another 4 years, put everything in place, and the country, the fortunes of the electoral change in this country. You do it for 8 years. After 8 years, what happens again? You are back to the status quo. So in order not to return to that, we need to revisit the 2014 Constitutional Conference report. APC also set up a committee under the chairmanship of Governor Rufai of Kaduna State. That you need to revisit that. You don't need to set up new bodies to look at the cries across the country is that there's a need. And from the voter behavior of the last election, there's no doubt that the Southeast is pained. The Southeast is not happy. The youth of this country, they are not happy about the state of things politically and economically. And in order to accommodate them, we need to rethink the country. We need to embark on a fundamental reform to return power to the regions in this country. Otherwise, we are not making any progress at all. No, in terms of substantial development of the country. And people believe that there cannot be a better time than now. The president-elect is an advocate of change. He's an advocate. He himself had to take the federal government to court under Obasanjo to do what? To have his local government, the 6th local government fund returned to Lagos State. He didn't get that under President Obasanjo until it got to the Supreme Court. So we now that he is the president-elect, he cannot be taking government to court again. Let us do that. We will not return us to the dark ages. We've had enough, and we've experimented with regional autonomy before. We see what wonders it can do. The North alone, the North Central, the Northeast, the Northwest can feed this country. There's no region in the country that is not blessed with abundant resources, that is not endowed with abundant resources to transform the region. Let us think less of the center in governance. Let's decentralize. Without decentralization, without reform, we are not going to make any progress in this country. There is chaos in the land, and you're since the 1960s. Everything to change. Once the new government is sworn in, he already had his job defined for him. And there will be no rest in this country until we return to make sure that we do not allow everybody need not be in Abuja to govern.
The governorship election is here, and so are the political battles to decide the second round of Nigeria's general elections. Since 1999, Lagos has been under the control of a political class that bows to only one man, Bola Tinubu. And for the first time, the Lion of Bodilon may face his biggest battle yet to retain control of his backyard, Lagos. But surely, Tinubu can't be the only one having sleepless nights worrying over how to ensure they maintain a tight grip on their states or political domains. In Kano and Kaduna, northwest Nigeria, Governors Abdullahi Ganduje and Nasir El-Rufai respectively must be feeling the heat as well. The G5 governors in Rivers, Oyo, Benue, Abia and Enugu have given themselves something to ponder upon ahead of the governorship elections after openly demarcating the presidential candidate of their party, the PDP, over an internal crisis. Let's start with Oyo State, where the governor, Seyi Makinde, one of the G5 governors or members of the Integrity Group, as they would like to be called, may have beaten more than he can chew. He probably didn't bargain for collateral damage when he joined 4 other PDP governors to demarcate his party's presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar. Makinde's tacit support for Tinubu in the presidential election ensured the APC candidate won the state. But the APC has not stopped there. There are 3 senatorial districts and 14 constituencies in Oyo State. APC won all 3 senatorial seats and 8 of the 14 House of Reps seats, leaving Makinde's party, PDP, with 4 House of Reps seats. The remaining 2 were declared inconclusive. Already, the governor is at loggerheads with PDP chieftains in the state who cannot understand why their party leader thought he could have his cake and eat it. Now, it is his head that is on the chopping block as he seeks a second time in office. Whether Makinde will survive as the executioner raises his axe to strike, only time will tell. But if the way Oyo people voted for APC's Tinubu in the presidential election on February 25th is anything to go by, Makinde may well kiss the governor's house in Agodi Hills in the ancient city of Ibadan goodbye. In Rivers State, it will be interesting to see how Governor Nyesom Wike, another G5 member who fought tooth and nail against his own party and ensured that Atiku lost in the state, will convince his people it is now time for them to vote for the party he openly denigrated ahead of the presidential election. Fortunately for him, he has completed his 2 terms as allowed by the constitution, but unfortunately for him, the governorship candidate of the PDP in the state is his anointed candidate, Simini Alayi Fubara. Unfortunately for Fubara though, Wike's actions may have serious implications for his governorship ambition. But if Wike's reputation precedes him, what does it say? Well, there was violence in many parts of Rivers State on presidential election day, as some youths took to the streets to protest against alleged attempts to manipulate the results of the election. At some point, the state coalition officer, Professor Charles Teddy Adidas, adjourned the coalition process, saying he was being threatened by some politicians and members of the public. There have been reports that Peter Obi of the Labour Party was cruising to victory in the state till a mysterious hand derailed the journey. Eventually, the results for the state were some of the last to arrive at the National Coalition Center, sparking allegations of massive rigging. Let's just say many people have laid the blame at Governor Wike's door. And if truly, as they say, history is important because it helps us to understand the present, then the security agencies will do well to proactively protect people's right to vote, while the electoral body INEC should also ensure all votes count. As it stands, there is no question that all kinds of forces will be again at play in the governorship and state assembly elections in the state. The question is, will the authorities do what is needed to guarantee free and fair elections in the state? As for the rest of the G5 governors, things seem to have already fallen apart. Governor Okeze Ikpeazu of Abia State, Governor Samuel Otom of Benue State, and Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi of Enugu State all lost their bids to continue their friendship in the Senate after losing elections in their respective senatorial districts. Though they have lost round 1 of this fight, it is yet to see if they have any fight left in them to back their anointed candidates for governorship seats all the way. After all the southeast states, Enugu, Abia, Anambra, Imo, and Ebonyi capitulated to the Labour Party in the presidential elections, many Nigerians are patiently waiting to see if the governorship and state assembly elections will swing in the same direction or go with the APC or PDP. Whichever way the votes will swing, the fight is on. Apart from Lagos and Rivers, one of the states that presidential candidates wants to win to boost their chances of winning is Kano. Consistently, Kano records a large number of voters, and the last presidential election was no exception. Its governor, Abdullahi Ganduje, is one of the major supporters of the APC and Tinubu, but that did not stop all of them from losing the state to NNPP and its candidate, Rabiu Kwankwaso, in the February presidential election. Kwankwaso polled almost 1 million votes to beat Tinubu to second place in the state with a total of 517,341 votes. Indeed, some people have said if they could measure the temperatures of the APC stakeholders in the state following the knockout blow they suffered at the hands of the NNPP in the presidential election, they would have temperatures reaching 40 degrees, which would imply severe stress. Basically, Nigerians do not need a soothsayer to know the ruling party in the state, APC, will see the governor and state assembly elections as round 2 and an opportunity to fight back. Hence, a key battle for the soul of Kano is at hand. Like Kano, like Kaduna, a state governed by another staunch APC member who failed to deliver the state to his party in the presidential elections. But while Ganduje's fights appear to follow a narrow path, the forces fighting against Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai are taking the highway. In southern Kaduna, which suffers frequent deadly attacks by suspected herders, El-Rufai is unpopular because he is perceived as not doing enough to stop the killings allegedly being carried out by his tribesmen. His confirmation that his government traced some Fulani herders responsible for killings in Kaduna to Cameroon and Niger Republic and paid them compensation made him more unpopular in Christian-dominated southern Kaduna. There are 17 governorship candidates from the various political parties in the race, but the major contenders are Senator Uba Sani of the ruling APC, Ashiru Isa of the PDP, Jonathan Ashake of the Labour Party, and Senator Suleiman Onkuyi of the NNPP. Observers say the contest would be a two-horse race between Sani, the anointed candidate of Governor El-Rufai, and Ashiru of the PDP, which won the presidential election in the state in February. Meanwhile, the Labour Party has proved that it is not a party to be pushed aside, judging by its performance in the presidential and legislative elections of February 25. The truth is that any party that underestimates Labour Party in today's elections does so at its own peril. And let's not forget that El-Rufai's anointed candidate, Sani, a serving senator, retained the governor's Muslim ticket introduced in 2019 by selecting the current deputy governor, Dr. Adisa Sabuwa, as his running mate. This has not gone well with the Christian population in the state, including the Christian-dominated southern Kaduna communities, some of whom have claimed there is an agenda against Christians in the state. Therefore, southern Kaduna will probably offer itself like a new bride for any candidate who can convincingly prove that his government would represent a departure from El-Rufai's style. All in all, the battle will be fierce. Then comes Lagos, the home of the Jagaban. Though he was declared winner of the recent presidential election, which is being challenged by his biggest rivals in court, the so-called godfather of Lagos politics failed to win in Lagos, his own backyard. He lost to Peter Obi of the Labour Party. Yes, he was declared the winner of the election, but the victory probably came with a lot of worries for his political dynasty. The victory must have left a bitter taste in Tinubu's mouth because it demystified his influence in the current Lagos politics and somehow diminished his status in Nigeria's commercial capital, where he was governor for 8 years between 1999 and 2007. And if you are unsure of what is going on in the APC camp in Lagos as Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu gears up for the governorship election to secure a second term in office, just check the governor's Twitter handle. Since his political godfather lost in Lagos, Sanwo-Olu has appeared to be jittery, waving to every Lagosian he sees and shaking every hand. Come to think of it, who would blame him? If Tinubu could not win the presidential election for himself in the state where he is believed to have the most influence, won't Sanwo-Olu be a fool to assume he is guaranteed a second term in office? And it appears there has been an ugly curtain raiser to Saturday's governorship election with the recent arson attack in Akiri Motor Parts and Allied Dealers Market, which is said to be dominated by Igbo people. Since the presidential election won by Labour Party's Peter Obi, an Igbo man in Lagos, there has been tribal war on social media ahead of the governorship election in the state. Incidentally, the wife of Gbadebo's rival, the Labour Party governorship candidate, is Igbo, which has made the build-up to the elections tenser, unfortunately. There was violence in some parts of Lagos before and during the February 25th presidential and legislative elections, with the tension already created on social media, especially between APC and Labour Party supporters. Security agencies must anticipate and prepare for the worst-case scenario. Although many Nigerians do not pay much attention to state assembly elections, it is by no means lesser in significance to the governorship election. So, it is also expected that the battle of the House of Assembly seats in various states will equally be fierce, with the four leading parties in the presidential election, APC, PDP, Labour Party, and NNPP, expected to share the seats amongst themselves. It is expected that many state lawmakers will lose their seats, but as long as it is the will of the people and it is through a free and fair election, what can we say? That is the beauty of democracy.